Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Wednesday, March 5th. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. Wyoming Treasurer Kurt Meyer and Secretary of State Chuck Gray are both dreaming big about Trump's golden age, particularly when it comes to its legacy industries like coal. The two want to see a port sited in the state of Washington so that Wyoming can send its coal to market in the Pacific Rim countries. But the state of Washington has already blocked such an effort once. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that during a discussion last week aiming at refocusing the state's economic development agency, both Gray and Meyer expressed support for trying again for a port on the West Coast.
Kurt Meyer has already gone out and sought a legal opinion to find out if Wyoming bought land in Washington, would that create legal standing in the event that Wyoming tries again to build a port in Washington to take coal to market? So what happened last time Wyoming tried to do that? Washington blocked it. It said that according to its environmental laws, that this was a hazard. And Wyoming's contention at the time is you can't block a landlocked state from doing legal business because you just don't like coal anymore.
While Gray and Meyer have sparred, sometimes publicly, the two men seem to agree about the idea of an investment vehicle in Washington or some other West Coast state to help further assure the chances of a port effort there. Well, with one swoop of the pen, Wyoming will offer public money for private education to all grade levels while expanding its voucher program for pre-K students. Governor Mark Gordon announced Tuesday he'll sign House Enrolled Act 52 into law, a bill that creates universal school vouchers for the K-12 level. Cowboy State Daily's Leo Wolfson reports that the law will also provide income-based pre-K educational savings accounts, or ESAs, for children 4 years and older in Wyoming.
This is a pretty big deal. $7,000 per child, no matter a parent's income. So you can make $200,000 a year, or you can make $20,000 a year. You'll still get $7,000 for your child to access private education with public dollars.
Gordon said he believes providing support at the start of a student's education will lead to higher performing students down the road and eventually a better workforce, as well as help working families. Wyoming legislators have fought back against a Biden administration effort that some say tries to price out oil and gas producers by hiking bond rates 1,400% and more. But Cowboy State Daily's Zach Sontag reports that a $45 million pool of money could help those operators with their bonding.
The Wyoming Oil and Gas Conservation Commission will partner with private insurers to draw up a framework that allows small operators to get access to the capital and the bonds they need to operate without having to post the full cash collateral up front, and instead pay the cost of the bond off over the period of the expected production of the well itself.
This innovative solution is being touted as the first of its kind by industry leaders and could change the paradigm for small oil and gas operations, and not just in Wyoming. I'll be back with more news right after this.
When it comes to building and managing your wealth, our Hilltop Bank Trust and Wealth Management team will help you determine the best route for your specific journey, utilizing our expertise and resources. Visit one of our locations in Casper, Cheyenne, or Gillette to learn more about Hilltop's financial planning, investments, and trust services. We're here to build your confidence about your financial future. Trust and wealth management products are not FDIC insured, have no bank guarantee, and may lose value.
23-year-old Cody resident Kaylee Klein may never know what caused her to suffer seizures and fall into a coma on New Year's Eve, but her mother remains convinced law enforcement hasn't done enough to get to the bottom of what happened. Klein and her mother allege that on New Year's Eve, Klein had her drink spiked with antifreeze at the popular Silver Dollar Bar in Cody, causing her to be airlifted and hospitalized in Billings, Montana for nearly a week. But Cowboy State Daily's Leo Wolfson reports that the results of a police investigation released last Friday found no connection to poisoning and led to the Park County attorney closing the case.
Park County Attorney Brian Skorek believes that she was not poisoned with antifreeze and that there's certain pieces of evidence to point to that. But the report does kind of leave out some ambiguity.
The Silver Dollar Bar noted that it is one of the few establishments with bouncers and that they take extensive measures to maintain a safe environment. But Klein's mother said as a result of the Silver Dollar's comments, her daughter is now facing bullying and harassment. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on CowboyStateDaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
One more time before you wake up in the wild. In your eyes, I see a flower slowly dying.
Together with the Nature Conservancy, you have the power to make a difference. For unspoiled nature, for beautiful wildlife, and for people everywhere. Together, we can find a way to ensure that all life on Earth can thrive.
Oh, in the wild, you're gonna make it. The moonlight is here to take you.
Our natural world needs us now. Every day, we lose more lands, waters, and the wild species that depend on them. To learn more, visit nature.org today.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Wednesday edition. Bills dying in the drawer. Bills vetoed by the governor. The 68th general session coming to a climactic close. Trump's Make America Great Again speech last night drew cheers from Wyoming delegates, jeers from Democrats. What if Wyoming just bought its own energy export port on the West Coast? Could that get coal to China? No evidence it was any free spiked drink to put a woman in a coma on New Year's Eve. Wyoming is ready to fell trees. The lumber industry champing at the bit. Former roommate of a man accused of murdering his lover says he's not insane. He's just good at scamming the system. Canada tariffs will mean higher prices in Montana for beer, bait, and ammo. American rednecks expected to suffer most. Don't touch my beer, bait, and ammo, man. Special guests today include Dr. Y. Nancy Yu, and she will talk to us about I can never say this, about cancer of the colorectal cancer. Yeah, cancer of the colon. It's colorectal cancer month, by the way, March. And Dr. Yu will be on to tell you some things about cancer of the colon and what to watch for. And yeah, because it's this month and it's a prevalent problem, growing problem in America and across the nation, across the globe, really. So more on that. And yeah, Dr. Yu, I'm excited to talk to her. That'll be in, I think, the next hour or maybe third hour of the show. I'm just working minute by minute, man. That's all I can handle. Take a look at your weather forecast. You're getting some snow, Casper, starting tonight. Winter storm watch in effect in Casper late tonight, overnight, all the way through to Friday, really. Otherwise, today, mostly sunny, breezy, 47, but it's coming. Riverton, same. It'll be a nice day today, sunny, maybe a little breezy, highs near 50, and then rain and snow. Near certainty overnight in Riverton. Southwest Wyoming, chance of snow in the afternoon, otherwise mostly cloudy, highs getting towards 40. Green River, 45 today with clouds on the increase. Western Wyoming and Pinedale, winter storm watch from about midnight tonight until early morning Friday in Pinedale. Mostly cloudy with highs 34. 2 inches of snow overnight, maybe. A couple inches in Alpine as well. late tonight. Meanwhile, today, highs 38, cloudy. Du Bois winter storm watch beginning late tonight through early Friday morning. Highs 39, windy today. 3 inches overnight, perhaps in Du Bois. 4 inches overnight in Jackson. Cloudy today with highs 39, but snow coming overnight. Winter storm watch in effect for Thermopolis as well. That's through Thursday. Increasing clouds with highs near 50 today, but snow coming tonight in Thermop. Cody, you too. Winter storm watch. Overnight into Thursday through Thursday. Highs today 47, wind gusts, snow coming. Buffalo, winter storm watch from 5 a.m. Thursday until 5 a.m. Friday. Mostly sunny today, though, with highs around 43. Sheridan, patchy fog of the morning, mostly sunny, highs 48. Gillette, mostly sunny, 47 today. Newcastle, sunny, 45. Sunny in Torrington with highs 51. And the Plains will escape the snow a little bit, except for maybe Wheatland. Winter storm watch in effect for Wheatland. Sunny and 51 today, but cloudy, rain and snow mix overnight. Cheyenne, clouds on the increase today. Breezy, 47 the high. Laramie, patchy snow in the morning. Clouds increasing. Breezy, 42 the high in south central Wyoming. Partly sunny, breezy in Rawlins, 43. Highs near 40 in Encampment. Sunny, but Encampment will see perhaps 3 inches of snow overnight. So, yeah, we got an event coming. And can't say Don Day didn't warn us about it. He told us yesterday and days before, actually, that snow was coming tonight through most of Thursday and right into Friday morning. And expect that to be a pretty significant event in certain places, especially where we've enjoyed a little shot of spring, the fall spring, and now things are going to turn 2 to 4 inches, depending on where you are in Wyoming. That's coming tonight through Thursday. Evanston currently 29. Jackson, you're 30 right now. Graybull 26. Lovell 26. About 24 degrees in Sheridan. 19 in Riverton. Rock Springs, you're 31. Rawlins 29. Wheatland 18 degrees. 15 in Sundance. Gillette 26. And down there in Cheyenne, the capital city, it's about 20 degrees currently. Let's take a look at your road conditions. YL Roads, where we get the info. You can always type in 511, call 511 for the latest road conditions in Wyoming. Things looking pretty good, but expect that map to change tonight. If you got to do some travel, get it done today. Because, by tonight, tomorrow, you're probably not going to want to move around a whole lot, and that's anywhere in this state. Right now, it's pretty good. You're green, and you're good to go. I would, if you have your choices of traveling today or tomorrow, certainly today. Get it done. Snow on the way tonight. Greg Johnson going to be unable to join us, what I learned. He texted overnight, said he has just been slammed in the office. The office is the Cowboy State Daily newsroom, and the Cowboy State Daily has been busy churning out tons of news today. Let's dig right in with the stories of the day. Last night, who stayed up and watched the president? Can't say I did. I can't stay up that late, number one. He spoke until, what I heard, right up until 11 local time, Eastern time. Pretty long speech. And as you would expect or could anticipate, cheers from Republicans, cheers from Democrats. Wyoming folks loved it. Others did not. The highlight of the night is one Democrat lawmaker had to be removed. That was interesting. That was early on, actually, from what I hear. Representative Al Green, not that Al Green. I don't think, right? Texas? He's not that Al Green. Isn't Al Green a singer? Or, yeah. Oh, he spells his name with an E on the end. Okay, there's your difference. Yeah, I'm thinking of Al Green, like in the middle of Trump's speech, Al Green jumps up and maybe starts in with this. Yeah, I'd just like to say, Mr. President, it's not that Al Green. I don't think no, Al Green does not have an E on the end of his name. Al Green, the singer-songwriter, is just like Al Green, the representative out of Texas. Spelled the same anyway. Now, I don't know which one sings better, but Al Green, the representative out of Texas, was singing last night. He jumped right up and pointed his cane at Trump. He rocks a cane. I don't know if it's just for looks or whether he really needs it. I don't know anything about Al Green, this Al Green. But, yeah, he jumped up and started saying, you don't have a mandate. When the president said he's mandated to do all this stuff, these executive orders, he did mention, the president mentioned how many executive orders he carried out in like days. I mean, he got to work fast. The speed of which he worked was impressive to Senator Cynthia Lummis from Wyoming. She said, in a little over a month, President Trump has worked at lightning speed to fulfill his promises to the American people of building a safer, stronger, and more prosperous nation. He has worked fast. Now, are the results there? The price of diesel and eggs are still high. I don't know if he's affected the economy yet. That's a big monster to turn around very fast. But he has gotten right to work with executive orders. I think he fired off like 100. Where did I read that? Let me see. It was in coverage by CNN, I think. 100 over the past 6 weeks, Trump said during his speech last night. In the past 6 weeks, I have signed nearly 100 executive orders and taken more than 400 executive actions to restore common sense, safety, optimism, and wealth all across our wonderful land, Trump said. Some of those orders included a freeze on all U.S. foreign aid, no more money to Ukraine, as relationships there are kind of tense, although Trump said it's not over yet. He still believes he can affect peace in the Russian-Ukraine conflict. But a freeze on all foreign aid, a withdrawal of the U.S. from the Paris Climate Accord, the rescinding of electric vehicle incentives passed under former President Biden, and the implementation of sweeping tariffs on Canada, Mexico, and China are among the executive orders, the quick lightning speed action with which the president has moved. He did talk about his continued desire to take back Panama Canal and perhaps buy Greenland. We have not had a president like this. One that renamed the Gulf of Mexico. I mean, Trump's doing things I didn't know you could do as a president. But we're learning every day. Yeah, rename the Gulf of America. He wants to take Panama Canal back. I didn't see that come over. He was talking about that on the campaign trail. That was a gift, essentially, to Panama back in the day when the U.S. it was primarily the United States that made that Canal and made transcontinental oceanic travel a lot easier. And then gifted by then President, who gave it to them? Whoever it was, Trump. Trump's regretting it now. He's like, that was dumb. Just hand that over to Panama. He wants to take that back because he says China's been kind of muscling in and calling shots down there in Panama. Panama is just a tiny little country, and I don't know how much influence they have over the canal, taking graft at the canal. You want to bring that big ship through, huh? Headed to America, huh? Headed to California. Well, that'll cost you, I don't know how much of that is going on, but I know China's like influencing, and their influence down there has become more and more and more in recent years, and Trump doesn't like that. And he's like, we built that thing. 38,000 workers died building the Panama Canal. I didn't know that. 38,000 workers died building the Panama Canal. I don't think like stuff fell on them. I think they got disease. Like it was so easy to contract. I'm going to fact check that for the president. That seems pretty high. Workers died building Panama Canal. I'm sure he can't be terribly inaccurate. An estimated 5,600 workers died during U.S. construction of the Panama Canal, and more than 22,000 died during the French effort. I don't know what the French effort was. Panama Canal is considered the deadliest construction project in history with a fatality rate of 40%. Yeah, it was malaria, yellow fever that killed most people. Now there was dynamite explosions. Some were electrocuted, some were drowned, some were hit by falling boulders. I mean, this was not a job that you eagerly signed up to do, building the Panama Canal. Heck no. 40% fatality rate. So I guess that was significant. Working in mountainous jungle, mudslides, pools of standing water. That's what killed most people, is the mosquito. Never mind the dynamite. It's the mosquito that'll get you. Malaria, yellow fever, very common down there at the time. Yellow fever epidemic of 1904 nearly killed 3/4 of the U.S. canal workers by January of 1905. Whew. Yeah, it was malaria. Yellow fever. So, yeah, I guess Trump's pretty correct about that. A lot of folks died building the Panama Canal. Trump said, we're taking it back. His statement. He put Marco Rubio in charge of doing that. Good luck, Marco, he said. Go get that canal back. Marco's headed to Panama. Take your malaria pills, Marco. We haven't exactly squashed that yet. And then he said, Trump said, I also have a message for tonight for the incredible people of Greenland. We're going to buy you. No, he didn't say, but that's the idea. He wants to buy Greenland from Denmark, right? Denmark owns Greenland, and Trump wants it. It's just a big ice island, but it could have implications perhaps for security. As Trump points out, he said, we need Greenland for national security, even international security. We're working with everybody involved to try and get it. So, yeah, this president is doing things no other president has done. What other president in his first month in office renamed an entire Gulf and then talked about taking Panama Canal back and buying Greenland? What? It's just things you didn't think one guy could do. Well, he's not one guy. He does have Elon Musk. Robin to his Batman. I got to take a quick break here. I've digressed What I mean to say is Trump spoke last night and Wyoming delegation liked it. Barrasso said, what we heard tonight from President Trump is a commitment to American greatness. We heard about promises made, promises kept. President Trump is keeping his promise to bring back American energy dominance. That's the quote from Senator John Barrasso of Wyoming, the second-ranking Republican, majority whip, etc., etc. Yeah, they liked it. Wyoming folks liked it. Al Green had to be removed. As I said in the beginning, very early on, Al Green said, you have no mandate, and he shook his cane at Trump, and Trump encouraged the sergeant at arms to throw him out. And they did. Throw that guy out of here. Trump's not messing around. Rebuke from House Speaker Mike Johnson as soon as the Democrat from Texas stood up and started heckling the president early on. And President Trump wasted no time, instructed the House Sergeant of Arms to remove the speaker. There were chants of USA, USA, but there were also people there with signs saying lies on them. It was divisive. The most divisive president we've had, no doubt. But give him some time. We're barely a month into this. We'll see what happens. Take our first break of the morning in the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Be back in 3.
Gracie and Pedro might not get along so well.
They're standing on my tail.
But there's one thing they agree on. There's a right seat for everyone.
Oh, that's the good stuff.
Whether you're a dog,
Hold on, Pooch.
a cat, a fish, or a rat.
And I'm a ferret.
Be sure to travel safe.
How can you be so sure?
I'm absolutely positive.
On your next adventure, make sure your children are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat.
When she was 19 weeks pregnant with Finn, Kelly went in for a routine ultrasound.
The doctor knew that something was wrong when he looked at his heart and saw that there weren't any chambers and there were abnormal connections.
After Finn was born, he needed multiple surgeries and procedures just so he could survive.
He has had 17 procedures, including 2 open heart surgeries. To be perfectly honest, I can't see Finn even getting past birth without the American Heart Association.
Finn's entire family is grateful to the American Heart Association. Their support of life-saving research and medical breakthroughs gave Finn a second chance at life.
I love to go on bike rides with my daddy. Thank you for helping kids like me.
Learn how you can join us in the fight to help prevent death from heart disease and stroke at helpheart.org today.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because some people at school have noticed changes going on with you, and we're concerned.
Like what? Who?
Some of your friends, teachers. It sounds like you've lost interest in a lot of things lately. You're hanging with new friends.
So?
So, individually, maybe those things are no big deal, but taken together, and then the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know, but we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We just want to understand better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we just want to make sure you understand the negative consequences for someone your age, the physical and mental health effects, the poor decision making, and the confusing legal aspects these days. So what do you say? Can we talk?
For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Come on! Go, Diane! Yeah, keep it going! Yeah! Go, honey!
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane! Woo! You got this!
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues on this Wednesday. Our Facebook Live page, Susan chimes in and says, Susan from Gillette says, what is wrong with you? Susan, you're going to have to elaborate. I mean, we don't have enough time to cover the answer to that question. I'm only on the air until, for another 3.5 hours. What is wrong with me? Better minds than yours have asked that and tried to analyze and figure out what is wrong with me, starting with the woman who birthed me and pretty much everyone I've encountered in my life. What is wrong with you? 2 question marks from Susan. Honestly, I don't know, Susan. I'm not sure. I'm still coming to grips with it, whatever it is. It's not malaria. I've ruled that out. Whatever's wrong with me, it's not yellow fever. But you'll have to elaborate and be more, flesh that out a little more. What is wrong with me? In what? In relation to what? Finishing up the idea of... maybe it was Trump's speech last night. And again, I'm just, kind of recapping what he said in case you missed it and having a little fun with it. I really don't know everything he said, and I really don't care. I don't march to the beat of politicians. Maybe that's what's wrong with me. Politicians do not affect the way I carry out my daily, day-to-day business. I still got to get up, put on my big boy pants, and, go to work. No matter who was talking last night. Saturday Night Live, I missed it. It's not as good as it used to be. We all know that. Chevy Chase, John Belushi. I mean, those were the days. It used to be so much better, and now it's not. And now it's become just, liberal mess. But the last Saturday Night Live had as special guests, the host and the music guests, two of my favorite people, my favorite comedian, Shane Gillis. Love that guy. So funny. He was in that Super Bowl commercial. A lot of people don't know him. He's kind of a niche comedian. He's a little off-center. He's definitely right-leaning for Saturday Night Live. He was once going to be a cast member, and he lasted like 1 day. His first time of the job, they fired him. Basically for being too politically incorrect. And they brought him back to host, which shows Lorne Michaels. That shows he's pretty big of him. I don't know I haven't seen it, so I have to watch how his monologue was, because he does not fit in New York City. He does not fit the liberal agenda at all. But he's so funny. I love him. And then Tate McRae, the Canadian singer, was the music guest. She's one of my favorites. So I got to go back and watch that. That must have been a good Saturday Night Live as opposed to some of them lately. But I digress. The TV we were watching late last night was President Trump delivering his address. And just to recap and finish up on that thought, Sean Berry had the story for Cowboy State Daily. It's titled Brasso Lummis Cheer Trump's Speech and Commitment to American Greatness. You'll notice missing from the response that Sean Berry gathered was Harriet Hageman, the Congresswoman. Harriet, she may be taking more time to develop her opinion, but I know she's going to share it with us exclusively on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show, and she'll be on tomorrow morning to share her thoughts on President Trump's speech last night. Sean Berry was unable to get a hold of her, and so was everybody else. U.S. Representative Harriet Hageman, Wyoming, did not appear to issue a press release, Barry says, the journalist, or any social media post reacting to Trump's speech. Inquiries to Hageman's spokesperson were not returned. I think she's saving it for us. That's what I'm going to say. We were going to have her on yesterday, but then we wanted to wait to get her reaction to Trump's speech, and she promised that's the main thing she wanted to talk about. So what did U.S. Representative Harriet Hageman think of Trump's speech last night? You'll hear it perhaps first, unless she releases something later today. You'll hear it from her own lips tomorrow on this show. I'm excited to have her on again, and she'll talk to us about it. Meanwhile, we heard what Lummis thought. She said President Trump has gotten off with lightning speed in his Trump 2 administration, and Barrasso said he likes the idea that he's already taken the handcuffs off of affordable, reliable American energy, and he's making America great again. All right, that story from our own Sean Barry, Washington, D.C. correspondent, Cowboy State Daily. Check out that story and, the key takeaways from Trump's speech last night. I'm going to have to go back and watch that after I check out the Saturday Night Live. One last quote from Trump last night that I wanted to share. He was letting it all hang out, man. He said he was talking about the tariffs between, Canada, Mexico, and China. And he said he's just trying to protect the soul of our country. And he said, we've been ripped off for decades by nearly every country on earth, is the quote from Trump. Woo! Not mincing words. What's wrong, Cat? Cat's crying about something. The raccoons are outside again, outside my place, and they've drug away the chickadee seed feed. These pesky things. I know that's what raccoons do. Like, they're really good with their hands. And they're really busybodies. Like, that is a raccoon. But these two raccoons take that to a whole nother level. They've figured out how to open up an ammo case. Have you ever seen? I'll show you an ammo case. I mean, they opened it up. I don't know what else to use that a raccoon can't get into. For those of you enjoying the podcast, this is an ammo case. And they're pretty secure the way they buckle down. And these two raccoons, between the two of them, have figured out how to open it up and eat the chickadee seed that I feed the chickadees with. And they make a big old mess while they're doing it. And the mess is cleaned up by 5 mule deer who also make a daily appearance outside. All this is going on right now outside on the porch, and the cat wants to go out and join them. Just to give you an update on the studio here, this is what happens in the Cowboy State Daily Show studio. I like this idea. I'm surprised I didn't think of it first. The treasurer, Wyoming Treasurer Kurt Meyer, in cahoots with Secretary of State Chuck Gray. That's right. I said they're in cahoots. They're actually working together on this one, or thinking alike. And that's saying something because they've butted heads in the past. But both the Wyoming Secretary of State Chuck Gray and Wyoming's Treasurer Kurt Meyer think there might be some merit to this idea. What is the problem? There might be some merit to the idea that Wyoming could purchase land in Washington, the state, not D.C. And that could open the way for coal exports. Now, the state of Wyoming's been trying for years, if not decades, to ship coal to the West Coast in order to put it on a big old boat and send it to China or send it to wherever they want to burn coal, wherever they don't have as greeny, tree-hugging a crowd as they do in some parts of the U.S., somewhere where they actually see the benefits of coal, cheap energy. The problem is we can't get anybody on the West Coast, certainly not California, and not Oregon. We can't find anybody on the West Coast that wants to have an export, a port, shipping port that would have coal on it. Can you throw him out? Throw him right the heck. So that's kind of foiled all Wyoming's efforts to get its coal out of here. Well, what if we had, and Wyoming has sued, there's been legal battles, and the problem is Wyoming has no dog in the fight. Wyoming has no standing, as they say. Legal standing. If we want to get our coal from the state of Wyoming, landlocked, and get it out to the West Coast and put it on a boat in the Pacific, we can't sue to make it happen because we don't have any legal standing. Well, Wyoming, years ago, solved that problem in Nebraska by buying land in Nebraska. This quote from Treasurer Meyer said, the idea of purchasing land to create a port in Washington is appealing, he said, Treasurer Meyer said, this is essentially the same thing we did in Nebraska versus Wyoming, where we bought land right in the middle of the recovery area for the whooping crane. And when Wyoming went to court, the state had perfect standing because they were essentially a Nebraska citizen right in the middle of that whole controversy, says Treasurer Meyer. So in order to get legal standing, to get a judge to agree that you can't block coal exports from Wyoming if Wyoming owns its own port out there. I think it's a genius idea. I should have thought of it first. If not me, certainly Renee Jean should have thought of it.
Wyoming Treasurer Kurt Meyer and Secretary of State Chuck Gray are both dreaming big about Trump's golden age, particularly when it comes to its legacy industries like coal. The two want to see a port sited in the state of Washington, which has already blocked such an effort once, so that Wyoming can send its coal to market in the Pacific Rim countries. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that during a discussion last week aimed at refocusing the state's economic development agency, both Gray and Meyer expressed support for trying again for a port on the West Coast.
Kurt Meyer has already gone out and sought a legal opinion to find out if Wyoming bought land in Washington, would that create legal standing in the event that Wyoming tries again to build a port in Washington to take coal to market? So what happened last time Wyoming tried to do that? Washington blocked it. It's said that according to its environmental laws, that this was a hazard, that would be bad for the environment. And Wyoming's contention at the time, they brought a suit, and their contention is that's really a violation of the Interstate Commerce Clause. You can't block a landlocked state from doing legal business because you just don't like coal anymore. And so they filed suit. But the legal process took a long time, and the case fell apart when the developer went bankrupt.
While Gray and Meyer have sparred, sometimes publicly, the two men seem to agree about the idea of an investment vehicle in Washington or some other West Coast state to help further assure the chances of a port effort in Washington.
Yeah, I like this idea a lot. Frankly, I think Washington has some nerve disallowing a coal export port there on the Pacific Ocean on the grounds that they have their own clean air initiatives and Clean Air Act. It's not like we're bringing coal over there by the trainload and then setting it on fire in Seattle. It's just shipping on trains to the West Coast where it's going to be put on a boat. How is that coal affecting the clean air? The coal dust? Oh, please. You create more carbon footprint with your traffic in Seattle than Wyoming's ever going to contribute to the state of Wyoming with dirty air with its coal dust as we transfer coal from the train to the boat. Come on. I can't believe a judge wouldn't see through that, but I think the way around it, yeah, according to Meyer and Gray, and this story from Renee Jean, might be just buy our own port in Washington, buy some land, make our own port, shove that stinking coal right down to the Pacific Rim. Yeah. Good idea. Brilliant. Why didn't I think of that? Actually, I did, but I never said it out loud, which means, video or it didn't happen. All right, we got to take another quick break. Be right back. Once again, normally we would have our managing editor, Greg Johnson, on here to help me, but it's just me all alone, which spurs the question, what is wrong with you? And that came from one of our Facebook Live viewers. Answer, I don't know.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
The climate that we're operating under has everyone on the defensive.
You see a person and you automatically put them in a box and say, well, this is what this person should be like.
All of this ostracizing people, what are we afraid of?
We're called to love one another. It can't be, I reject you as a person.
This country's been through so much. Its people has been through so much. Why can't we fix this?
Do we have issues we have to deal with? Yes, we do. But we're not going to be able to deal with them if we're fighting and yelling at each other and not listening.
Yeah, she has an accent. Oh, gosh, she dressed funny. But we're talking the same thing. We're all concerned about our children, concerned about the world we live in.
A lot of people wouldn't even think we should be here talking to each other, but I'm sorry, I disagree.
I don't think many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Breathe. Love what you do and you've already won, my parents used to say. My parents whose smiles were my first finish line, who championed respect, whose resilience built mine. Even more than I wanted a gold medal, I wanted a heart of gold, like the mentors who were my balance beams refusing to let me down, and the coaches who spoke out to anything out of bounds. Heroes who never stood on podiums, but stood up for me. Every shot I made, give the assist to those who since my youth were referees, ready to blow the whistle and end abuse.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues here in the first hour on the Wednesday edition of the show. And we get comment on her feedback on our Facebook Live from Vicky, who said, we know how those rich people earn their money, but we don't know how civil servants like Bernie became wealthy. Vicky, you'll have to excuse my ignorance on American politics. I don't know who Bernie is. Bernie Madoff? I know how he made his money. He admitted to a Ponzi scheme, the largest known Ponzi scheme in history. If you're referring to Bernie Sanders, that old guy, American politician, I don't know. I didn't even know he had money. You must be referring to Bernie Sanders. Yeah, I see he's been in it. He's been at it a little with Elon Musk over Social Security. Sanders eviscerates Musk for calling Elon called Social Security basically a Ponzi scheme. I guess in a way it kind of could be. All right, so Bernie's been shooting his mouth off on behalf of Democrats against Trump. I didn't know he was rich. I didn't know he had money. How does he get his money? How do civil servants, how do politicians get rich? Well, that's an age-old question, Vicky. I don't know. They write books? How did, Obama wrote a book, right? That's how he made all his money. There's something going on because the job, POTUS, doesn't pay a whole lot. What is it, like $300,000? What is I suppose I'll have to look that up. President. And of course, Trump is not keeping any of his salary, right? He's donating it all. Or President of USA salary. I remember when it used to be like $200,000. All right, now it's up to $400,000. The president shall receive in full for his services during the term the amount of $400,000 a year to be paid monthly. In addition, an expense allowance of $50,000 to assist in buying red ties for Trump. How many red ties do you think that guy owns? Like 100? You rarely see him without a red tie. J.D. Vance the other day in the Oval Office was rocking the same red tie, the same blue suit. J.D.'s, dressing just like Trump. $50,000 to assist in defraying expenses related to the discharge of his duties. So, yes, ties. That's exactly what it's talking about. Trump has a $50,000 wardrobe allowance that basically keeps him in ties and hairspray for his entire term. Plus $400,000 a year, which I believe he is not accepting. So, yeah, $400,000 a year for POTUS. How do you get rich on that? Something else going on, huh? Vicky is how we all got started on this side note. She said, we know how these rich people earn their money. I don't know which rich people we're talking about. Elon Musk, he made his money selling us a tin can for a pickup truck. Although nobody's buying it, I hear. That fancy pickup truck that looks basically like an aluminum tin can. It's not selling great. Tesla. It's like a boycott on Tesla. We are using an Elon Musk product on this show, though. We're using the Starlink to get us hooked up with a satellite that Musk put out there in outer space on his way to Mars. Didn't Elon Musk go to Mars or wants to go to Mars or promises to give everybody a ride to Mars? He's got a SpaceX program. I guess that makes him money. And on his way to shooting things in outer space, on his way to checking out if he can get to Mars or the moon, he drops off a few satellites and now gives us all interwebs. Genius. I mean, it's the one good thing I can say One good Elon Musk product I use is the internet, Starlink. Good idea. But how do rich people, we know how these rich people earn their money, Vicky says. Most rich people earn their money from generational wealth, from their dad and mom and their dad and mom and their dad and mom. Most rich people, it's generational wealth. Those who have become nouveau millionaires and billionaires have made their money not producing anything, just off the backs of the rest of us. Wealth investment, they just make money off of money, which isn't producing anything, which is, I don't know, is the American way, but it's not like they're out there making a product and selling it and getting rich. They're finding ways to get rich off of others who are getting rich. That's the new way. Crypto. Oh, I got to warn you later today about this Jackson woman who got ripped off in a scam. There's lots of inventive scams going around, including the jury duty scam. Have you ever received one of these phone calls? We want to pass along this warning because it's going around Wyoming. It was big in Atlanta, Georgia, and it's now making its way around Wyoming, where you get a phone call from a supposed police officer and they tell you missed jury duty. Yeah, we'll tell you what goes on with that scam, how it works, and how you can protect yourself. And then there's the text, the Easy Pass text scam. Do you ever got a text from such and such Easy Pass saying you have unpaid tolls? Now, for the most part, it doesn't work on many of us in Wyoming because we don't have tolls in this state. We don't have toll roads. We don't have an Easy Pass. So you get one of those texts, you're like, that's a scam. But a lot of us drive out of state, don't we? We go down to Colorado. We go to other states where they do have toll roads. Sometimes you don't even know you're on them. And it is possible, I guess, you could have an unpaid toll. But people fall for scams. And we'll talk about that Easy Pass toll scam and the jury duty scams going around. Just insipid, terrible scams. We also got a whole bunch of legislation to talk about as we get down to the last week or so in Cheyenne. Gordon signed a bill to the House Enrolled Act 52, which would provide $7,000 for folks thinking about sending their kid to private schools. Remember that bill? That hit the governor's desk. He did sign it. And that's headed into law. It would expand the voucher program for pre-K students. House Enrolled Act 52. A bill would create universal school vouchers for K through 12 and income-based pre-K educational savings accounts, or ESAs, for children 4 years or older. It's basically an investment in education, particularly private school education. Gordon says he believes in providing support at the start of a student's education. That'll lead to higher performing students down the road and eventually a better workforce, as well as helping working families. We know, Gordon says, that early education builds a very strong foundation, and it's important that when kids get to kindergarten, they have the grounding that's necessary to be able to move forward, thrive, and do really well. HEA 52 bumps the threshold up to 250% or lower of the federal poverty line. I don't understand what any of those numbers mean, but basically it would provide $7,000 per child to go toward preschool, access preschool education. So, yeah, that's good news for education, for those thinking about making a choice into private schools rather than public. House Enrolled Act 52 signed into law. It'll take effect July 1. And that story from Leo Wolfson. More on that and more on all the goings on in Cheyenne and the 68th legislative session when we come back. But right now, we got a break for news. Wendy Core is waiting. We can't leave Wendy waiting. Top of the hour news, and then we'll see you on the other side of that 6 minutes later. It's the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, and thank you so much for making us a part of your Wednesday routine. Appreciate it.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Wednesday, March 5th. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. To avoid another catastrophic wildfire season and revive Wyoming's struggling timber industry, logging can't begin soon enough or happen fast enough. That's what some lumber industry leaders told state legislators on Tuesday. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that swaths of dead trees, many of them killed by insect infestations, remain a huge fire hazard.
The way some people see it, at least people at that meeting saw it, is that logging and kicking Wyoming's timber mills back up into high gear is the answer, or one of the answers that can help mitigate this problem.
Industry experts are finding hope in President Donald Trump's stance that the U.S. doesn't need Canadian timber, as timber from Canada flooding the American market has contributed to the Wyoming lumber industry's woes. 7 election bills, including a controversial ban on ballot drop boxes, met the chopping block in the Wyoming Senate in one blow going into the final week of the 2025 session. That drew Secretary of State Chuck Gray's criticism of the Senate for letting them die. Gray played an extremely active role in advocating for the election bills, openly endorsing them in committee testimony. Cowboy State Daily's Leo Wolfson spoke to Gray, who called the Senate leadership weak on conservative election integrity priorities that he says the people of Wyoming want.
A lot of Gray's election bills have gone through the Senate this year. He's had 3 bills already passed into law. There's a few others that are still on the governor's desk waiting for consideration. But most importantly, a bill banning ballot drop boxes was one of the 7 that died on Friday. This was a cornerstone of Gray's 2022 Secretary of State campaign. He vowed that he was going to ban these boxes when he took office. And now it looks unlikely they'll even be banned for the 2026 election.
All of the 7 election-related bills that were cut off this week had passed by a large majority in the House, but they were among a laundry list that failed to make the deadline to be read for the first time before the chamber adjourned. Strange lighted flying objects have been spotted in at least 8 Wyoming counties since October, sometimes over critical infrastructure like power plants and often flying in formation. Governor Mark Gordon on Monday vetoed a bill designed to give local law enforcement agents authority to deal with mystery drones over critical infrastructure, concerned that the bill directly contradicted federal law protecting aircraft. But Cowboy State Daily's Clara McFarland reports that both houses of the legislature on Tuesday afternoon overrode the governor's veto.
The Wyoming legislature passed this law authorizing law enforcement agents to prosecute drone operators who fly over critical infrastructure and potentially disable or destroy those drones. But Governor Gordon vetoed it late Monday, saying, whoa, this conflicts with federal law, which preempts Wyoming law, and it could lead to cops being federally prosecuted or in hot water if they destroy aircraft, which is a felony under federal law. But both chambers of the Wyoming legislature on Tuesday came back and overrode that veto, saying, sorry, we're going to signal that we're ready to fight for our airspace.
The bill would have authorized Wyoming law enforcement to use reasonable actions to stop drones, including by disabling or damaging them, and it would let the governor deploy the Wyoming National Guard to stop problematic drones as well. I'll be back with more news right after this.
When it comes to building and managing your wealth, our Hilltop Bank Trust and Wealth Management team will help you determine the best route for your specific journey, utilizing our expertise and resources. Visit one of our locations in Casper, Cheyenne, or Gillette to learn more about Hilltop's financial planning, investments, and trust services. We're here to build your confidence about your financial future. Trust and wealth management products are not FDIC insured, have no bank guarantee, and may lose value.
The smiling face on the billboard along the 2-lane highway in rural western Nebraska is a grim reminder of a family's loss and their desperate pleas for answers. It's been nearly 6 years since Moorcroft man Chance Engelbert disappeared on a weekend trip to visit his in-laws. Next to a photo of Engelbert's smiling face, the billboard reads, What happened to me here on July 6, 2019? Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports that question is one that plagues law enforcement and Engelbert's friends and family, all of whom have been desperately searching and waiting years for some kind of answer.
So they think that if people drive by that every day, maybe that will make them feel bad, assuming they are holding back information, because money did not work. At one point, they had a $220,000 reward, and it did not bring one person forward with credible information.
6 years after Engelbert's disappearance, there's still no answers, nor has law enforcement identified any people of interest in his disappearance. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the Daily Newsletter button on CowboyStateDaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues here in hour 2. Let's dig right back into the news. This story from Leo Wolfson. No, it does not involve the legislature. This is a follow-up. I remember when this news came out, New Year's Eve, it was disturbing to learn that this woman was spending New Year's Eve in a bar in Cody when she became ill, very ill, and then suffered seizures, went into a coma. There was speculation that her drink was spiked with something, perhaps antifreeze. Certainly the signs were there. Cody resident Kaylee Klein, 23-year-old, may never know what caused her to fall ill on New Year's Eve, but her mother remains convinced law enforcement has not done enough to get to the bottom of what happened. Now, there were several interviews, dozens, I want to say, 16 interviews conducted in the investigation. I remember at the time, doctors were baffled as to what was wrong with Kaylee Klein, and her condition did not improve until they gave her kind of like the antidote to what you would give somebody for antifreeze poisoning, and that seemed to improve her condition dramatically. So that led medical folks to believe she may have had antifreeze in her system, although there's no evidence of such, apparently. And the case now, if there ever was a case as to what happened to Kaylee Klein, did somebody put something in her drink? Did the bar make some kind of mistake? Silver Dollar Bar in Cody, they have surveillance cameras, I'm pretty sure. They have bouncers. Like, they have people that keep an eye on things. So they say they would be surprised if something happened, although it's not impossible. But findings released last week on Friday show Cody police investigation found no connection to poisoning. And that's led to the Park County prosecutor saying he's dropping the case. There's going to be no charges. Case is over. Brian Skorick is the Park County attorney. He wrote a letter saying Klein's medical emergency appeared to have stemmed from other factors other than antifreeze. That's difficult grammar to read. Appeared to have stemmed from other factors than antifreeze. Okay. Yeah. So the investigation shows no signs of antifreeze. Her medical emergency was caused perhaps by something else. Skorick did know, however, that the young lady, the 23-year-old, was heavily intoxicated to the point where she was kind of double the legal limit to drive. That may have something to do with something, Skorick said. But her blood alcohol content nearly twice the legal limit for driving, even though she said she had only a small quantity of alcohol at the bar. So something happened. Something perhaps was in that drink, or she just had a bad reaction to alcohol. I don't know. But I mean, the rest of us don't normally have seizures and go into a coma from just drinking a limited amount of alcohol. Leo Wilson, talking to Wendy Core, had more to say.
23-year-old Cody resident Kaylee Klein may never know what caused her to suffer seizures and fall into a coma on New Year's Eve, but her mother remains convinced that law enforcement hasn't done enough to get to the bottom of what happened. Klein and her mother allege that on New Year's Eve, Klein had her drink spiked with antifreeze at the popular Silver Dollar bar in Cody, causing her to be airlifted and hospitalized in Billings, Montana for nearly a week. But Leo Wolfson reports that the results of a police investigation released last Friday found no connection to poisoning and led to the Park County attorney closing the case.
The report from a neurologist and a medical examiner that was signed off on by Park County attorney Brian Skorick believes that she was not poisoned with antifreeze and that there's certain pieces of evidence to point to that. But the report does kind of leave out some ambiguity. And Amber Espinoza, Kaylee Klein's mother, disagrees with the findings. She shared a medical report with me that was given to Klein right after she was submitted to the hospital that does show she had trace amounts of antifreeze in her system. Skorick also interviewed a potential suspect that Klein had accused of poisoning her drink. Skorick found no evidence to determine that this person would have caused that and no motivating factors as well.
The Silver Dollar Bar noted that it is one of the few establishments with bouncers and that they take extensive measures to maintain a safe environment. But Klein's mother said as a result of the Silver Dollar's comments, her daughter is now facing bullying and harassment.
Yeah, well, that's not right that Kaylee should receive any kind of threats or bullying. That's stupid. But I think we all hate when we have a story like this that doesn't seem to have an answer. A question without an answer is always disturbing. It just hangs out there like, what? How could this happen? And I'm sure Kaylee Klein and her mom would like an answer. But as far as the legal system, there's no longer reason to pursue in that story. Good follow-up from Leo Wolfson. I like when Cowboy State Daily follows up on news. This was news the week after New Year's Eve, early January, if you'll remember. And then it didn't just go away. Cowboy State Daily journalists don't just leave you hanging like, oh, whatever happened to that woman who with the spiked drink? There is follow-up, and even when the follow-up is inconclusive, even when the follow-up is maybe news that doesn't provide resolution, it's follow-up. And we get nothing from the Kaylee Klein case. Brian Skorick, county attorney, said there's just nothing there. Extensive investigation turned up nothing. Let's move back to another Leo Wilson story, but we're heading to Cheyenne from Cody. And the Senate has basically killed dead in drawer, killed several bills by just not discussing them. And one of them includes, most of them included bills that were near and dear to Secretary of State Chuck Gray. 7 election bills, including that controversial ban on ballot drop boxes. Secretary Gray was really adamant about that one. He wanted to ban ballot drop boxes. He did not like the potential security issue with just being able to unsurveilled, although I think there's not many ballot drop boxes in Wyoming. A few counties use them. And those that use them, I'm pretty sure all have cameras on them. Maybe not. But certainly any ballot drop box that's outside, any 24/7, somebody in the dead of night could do something to the ballot box. You could drop firecrackers in there. You could stuff it with a whole bunch of votes maybe for a Democratic candidate. I don't know what you can do to a ballot box, but you could do something with it. And Secretary of State Chuck Gray didn't like the idea of just having an unattended ballot box sitting out there. He wanted something more secure. That was a potential law, but the Senate didn't hear it. The Senate Leadership Committee would not hear bills that passed in Senate committee to ban drop boxes. And it shows, Secretary of State Chuck Gray said, it shows how weak they are on these conservative election integrity priorities that the people of Wyoming want. That's the words of Chuck Gray. I'm somewhere, not that you need to know what I think, but I'm always going to share it just because there's a mic in front of my mouth. I'm somewhere in the middle. I understand that we need to have faith in our elections. That's basic. If we can't trust our vote is counted, if there's any kind of doubt about elections and votes getting counted correctly or anybody messing with the election, that can tear at the whole fabric of democracy. And that's not good. But I also understand where the Senate is coming from, saying we don't have a problem with election security in this state. And we've got a lot of bills to read, and there's no time for these. I don't know if the Senate is making a statement. I like to think, for the most part, lawmakers are making decisions based on what they think is right and wrong, not necessarily to send a message to Gray. Let's send a message to the governor and kill this bill or pass this bill. I think the Senate's just saying, look, we don't have a lot of time, and there's a ton of bills, and this is not that important. Died in the drawer. Leo Wilson's headline story, Senate kills 7 election bills, including the ban on ballot drop boxes. Gray continued. He's quoted as saying, these bills are common sense, conservative bills that the people of Wyoming want. President Trump also has put forward these conservative election integrity ideas in numerous settings, including the Republican Party convention platform and in the White House. And by the way, all 7 of these bills that failed to make it out of Senate leadership were all passed by large majorities in the House. And all fingers, I guess, are pointing to Majority Floor Leader Senator Tara Nethercott. It's her call to decide the order of bills, what gets priority, what gets heard, what we don't have time for. And it was her call to let these election bills die, Tara Nethercott. And Senator Nethercott, just me for one, I understand where you're coming from. I understand how election integrity bills could be perceived as not the highest priority in the state of Wyoming. In a way, it's a solution in search of a problem. I don't know that we have issues in the state. I don't know. We did have one county where they messed up a ballot. I don't know if the ballot drop box would have helped that at all, but yeah. That story's out there. Leo Wolfson wrote it. Let's get ready for a weather forecast. We got weather coming. Don Day will tell you a little bit about it here in his pre-recorded. Then we'll talk to the man himself in a moment.
Well, the weather is going to be a little more settled today. The strong winds that parts of the south and east and the snow showers that occurred across many other areas of Wyoming, well, all of that is shifted into the Midwest. So there's a little sliver of high pressure over the state today. Take advantage of it because by tonight, snow will be developing in far west and southwestern Wyoming. And by tomorrow morning, snow will have fallen or will start to fall over many areas of the central, the south, and the west as we have another Pacific storm system coming in. Now, this storm is a bit stronger. It's more moist and it's moving slower than the last storm, and it's tracking a little more north. This is going to bring the best chances for snow we've seen in a while to places like Lander, Riverton, Thermopolis, up to Cody and Meeteetse, South Pass, over into Pinedale, along the I-80 corridor from southwestern Wyoming to about Laramie or so, then places like Wheatland and Torrington and Lusk and Douglas and Casper and Buffalo. All those places I just mentioned will see several inches of snow. Some of it could be quite heavy, starting late tonight and Thursday morning, continuing into early Friday. It looks like the far southeast corner and the far northeast corner of the state, while both locations will still get snow, the far southeast and the far northeastern parts of the state will see lighter amounts. But the east central, the west central, and southwest parts of Wyoming, be ready for an early spring storm that's going to produce significant snowfall and much colder temperatures. This will cause travel and livestock concerns from late tonight through early Friday.
Daily Morning Show with Jay.
Well, from Don Day to Don Day, there he is, the live version of day weather, and we'll talk about this event coming up. I wanted to ask you first, though, because I read it in a C.J. Box novel. Here's where I'm going. Stay with me, Don. I know lots of my questions are oddball, and I'm pretty sure I read this in a C.J. Box novel, and I'm pretty sure he got it backwards, but I'm not positive. Why am I upside down in the Zoom room?
You look good to me. You're right side up.
Yeah, but all right, I'm not going to let it bother me, but it will bother me. When you're answering this question, I'll be monkeying around with how I look, but I'm upside down in the Zoom room again. So my question is, when we're out camping, presumably in the summer, maybe not right tonight. Let's not go camping tonight, but we're out camping and we get the fire going and the smoke rises right up and away. Or sometimes the smoke kind of stays down low and just spreads out all around us. That's an indication we're under either a low pressure or a high pressure system. And I want to say when we're under high pressure, that's when the smoke stays down on us, not low, because the high pressure is pushing it down, right? Or no? Do I have it backwards?
Yeah, and in high pressure, you tend to get inversions where the colder air is near the ground. The air is a little warmer above that. That tends to trap the smoke and causes less. I think the right term is ventilation. The atmosphere is not mixing. So your fire smoke is trapped closer to the ground. When you have low pressure, the air mixes easier and the smoke goes up. But you know what they say, Jake? Smoke follows beauty.
Really? Wait a minute. Who says that?
Well, that's what you do if you have mixed company around a campfire and smoke goes into their face.
I've never heard that.
Well, there's a new one for you.
But there does seem to be, the Murphy's Law of no matter where you move your chair, the smoke comes right at you. Like a minute ago, I've never heard that, Don. That's a good one. I got to write that down. That's a meme. I'm going to sell the refrigerator magnet on that. Thanks for the heads up. Okay, that's what I thought. I think CJ got it backwards. He described a scene where he said a low pressure was causing the smoke to, just be down near the ground. Okay, moving on from what high and low pressure, I heard you say we have a sliver of high pressure, barely anything that we can grab onto today, but it's going to be fleeting. Winter storm warning in effect for many parts of the state as we get into tonight. About 11 tonight, midnight certainly, and overnight we're going to be getting something. What's happening?
Yeah, so we do have this little, we call this a transitionary high pressure ridge. It's just the kind of the break between storms. So take advantage of today. As we mentioned yesterday, Jake, this is a layup. This is a situation where our confidence is really high, especially in the central part of the state that could really use the moisture. So this is, bad news, good news. Bad news, we got a winter storm coming. Good news, high water content snow. Places like Douglas and Wheatland and Torrington and Casper and Lander, Riverton, those towns and cities I mentioned there before we came on, the central, the west central and east central parts of the state will be hit the hardest. I see 6 to 12 inches of snow in a lot of areas. This is one of these storms where Lander gets the upslope. Lander and South Pass are going to get a lot of snow. I mean, I could see 12 plus in those two locations. But this is exactly what you want to see in March. I know it's going to be a problem for travelers and a concern for stock growers, but this is the start of the pattern getting more moist, which is what you want to see.
Excellent. Well, we got a heads up and we got snow what we need. It's all good. We'll get through it. And this not going to be lingering around forever, but certainly if you need to travel, do it now. Travel's looking good across the state. Tonight, tomorrow, no. Maybe take a little time off and let this move through. But good, much needed to know. Thanks, Don. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Day with a forecast. Take a quick break. Coming right back with special guest after this.
My name is Dre. And I had a stroke when I was only 16 years old.
It was a normal Saturday. He played 2 games back-to-back. During the games, something was off. He said his arm felt heavy. By 1 a.m., he was in emergency brain surgery because he was having a stroke.
I didn't want to, but I felt like I was just getting it.
That's when I found American Heart Association. They saved me that night. I don't know if Dre would be here today if it wasn't for the work that the American Heart Association has done.
The American Heart Association supports life-saving research that leads to medical breakthroughs. We are fighting to help prevent death from heart disease and stroke, educating people on prevention and early detection, and working every day to find treatments and cures so you and your loved ones can live happier, healthier lives. To learn more, go to heart.org today.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind? Is it a place your dog called home before finding you? Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? That protects endangered wildlife and habitats or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time, but it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today to find how you can help make the world a better place.
The challenges our planet's animals are facing sometimes feel a bit heavy.
The animals haven't eaten in a day, 2 days, they haven't drank anything, they're cold, they're dehydrated.
As soon as we started our descent, everywhere I could see was mud, just absolutely mud.
The country has been in prolonged drought for so long, it was like a tinderbox waiting to go up.
Okay, very heavy. Each of us wants to be part of the solution, and we can be. Remember that there's good happening right now. At home.
All right, we were able to get into your unit, and we have all 4 of your cats. So,
okay.
And around the world. For any animal in any disaster. So let's focus on that, right? Be part of the solution, one rescue at a time. Search ifa.org/disaster ready.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues here in hour 2 on this Wednesday. As promised, special guest, Dr. Y. Nancy Yu. Dr. Yu, how are you?
I'm great, thank you.
We don't have video on you. Is that intentional, or did we mess something up on our end? I'm not sure why we don't have you video, but we're happy to... Oh, there you are.
Hello?
Okay, much better. How's everything? Do you hear me? Where are you right now, actually? Not that we need to know.
I'm in the office.
Where are you?
I'm in the office.
Oh, are you? This, and by the way, what is now... You go by your middle name. Your first name is probably because I can't pronounce it. What is it? You just tell me.
Ichin.
Ichin. I could have said that. Dr. Yu, by the way, is on to talk about, and because it's March, it's colorectal cancer month, March, and we're going to talk about the colon. And if let's just throw some credentials at you about this young lady. Harvard educated. Maybe you've heard of Harvard. Also, the Mayo Clinic. You've only been to the best of the best. You don't mess around with anything second rate. So she's got a million letters after her name, before her name. She's credited. Don't worry. It is Dr. Yu. And let's start right out with what I know of colorectal cancer. It's not going away. I believe it's on the increase, and I believe younger and younger people are getting it. What's going on? How do we squash out colorectal cancer? Can we? Before we talk about symptoms and things you might want to look for, early prevention key, where are we in the general state of colon cancer? It's prevalent still, yes?
Great question. It is still the second and the third most common cancer in men and women, and it's still the second most lethal cancer as well. For younger adults under age 50, it's now becoming the number one cause of cancer deaths for men under age 50, and number two cause of cancer deaths for women under age 50. So it is continuing to be a major issue.
And what is the general idea on potential causes? There's maybe hereditary stuff involved. Certainly your diet, and doctors always tell you balanced diet, not too much red meat. What can we do to make sure we're being healthy? It's the same that we can do to be healthy for anything, but to keep colon cancer at bay, you got to limit your red meat, eat balanced foods, right?
You're absolutely right. So cancer is a complex disease, and it's hard to point finger at just one single smoking gun causing this. But it's certainly a question that's being researched everywhere. We do think that some of the contributing factors are genetic, but also environmental changes like dietary shifts and lifestyle changes. In terms of diet, we want one that promotes healthy gut, and that is one that is rich in fiber, fruits and vegetables, low processed meat, and low red meat.
You know what I do, and maybe we could also use this as a session for me. I don't want to take all your time up, and I'm sure our listeners want to hear about colon cancer. But for me personally, I have diverticulitis, and I've had some bouts that were not fun. It's not fun. And so I've had screenings. I've had colonoscopies. That's pretty key. If you're still of an early age and you're not yet getting colonoscopies, what should you be on the lookout for? And I know it's early in the morning and we don't mean to be crude, but it's bowel habits. If there's any change in your bowel habits, what should we be worried about, especially those under 50 who maybe are not yet doing colonoscopies? What do we need to be aware of?
Absolutely. So awareness of risk is where we start. You're never too young to be at risk for colorectal cancer. But definitely pay attention to symptoms. And we know that the young patients are more at risk for rectal cancer. And so some of the symptoms may be blood or mucus in the stool, changes in the shape and caliber of the stool, pain as the stool evacuates, bloating, cramping, but also maybe just a blood test that showed that you're anemic without any other explanation. So those are some of the symptoms, but also some young patients are actually completely asymptomatic. So know the family history, because for those with a family history, you actually may need to get screened earlier. And I'll say, we've just lowered the age to start colonoscopy screening from 50 to 45. So the new 50 is 45.
Yeah, the new 50 is 45. Well, I mean, it's worth it because, the potential to find something, it's so easy. How key is it, early detection? We know in many aspects of cancer and many other things, I mean, finding things early is going to make it a lot easier for the medical profession to get after it. It's pretty key, huh?
Absolutely. As lethal as colorectal cancer can be, it's completely preventable. The key of screening is to identify asymptomatic precursors to cancer, remove them, intercept the process for them to turn into cancer. And so that's how screening works. It's completely preventable.
We're talking to Dr. Yu. It's Colorectal Cancer Awareness Month, March. And we're talking about something that all of us, now, is this a gender thing? Do mostly the men have to worry about it, or is it women, or we really no way to know?
We don't think one gender is a higher risk than any other, but it's really, unfortunately, all of us are at risk.
The colonoscopy, as we said, is pretty key for early detection. The procedure itself is not that bad. A few hours and you're right out of there. The diet leading up to it, the 24-hour, that might be something you don't want to go through again anytime soon, but it's all worth it to be able to detect, among other things. I mean, that's not the only thing. A colonoscopy, Dr. Yu, we're looking for all kinds of stuff, all kinds of, polyps. In my case, pockets, diverticulitis, all kinds of things can be discovered in these colonoscopies other than just plain old cancer.
Yes. But I think also to remember, colonoscopy is not the only way to screen for colorectal cancer. There are so many other options. There are options you can just do at home. It's a stool-based test. You don't even need an appointment. So I would say do something rather than nothing, and do something about screening.
And one last thing, we always hear, in anything, whether it's colon cancer or almost anything, doctors always say, they always ask you, are you a smoker? What are your drinking habits? Why is that? Why does alcohol consumption, obviously smoking can lead to lung cancer, we figured that out, but why is smoking and drinking detrimental to almost everything you do, every aspect of your health? What does it do to you?
So some of it is just it permeates throughout the body, and so it has an impact on many cells. And you're right; these are some of the common risk factors for many types of cancers. But I think also they can be linked with other lifestyle issues that contribute to cancer. So, for example, somebody who may be very heavy in smoking and drinking may also be having a diet that is very low in fiber and fruits and vegetables, and that may be also having a lifestyle that's not very active. So those things all kind of work together. It's hard to isolate one lifestyle factor away from kind of the whole package.
Is there anything we can do at the pharmacy, some on the shelf stuff? Supplements. I mean, I realize I don't get enough fiber. I'm not a big vegetable guy or fruit. So I do the Metamucil to get fiber, going. Is there anything else that we could do that's, either some of it's, maybe bunk and worthless, but some of it might be helpful to, help our digestive system, to help balance what kind of acids we got going in there? What are some things you might recommend that we could help ourselves out with?
I think you're hitting the nail on the head. Definitely fiber is a proven way to promote gut health. But fruits and vegetables, vitamins, antioxidants are all great things. There's some research about fermented foods such as yogurt and things that have an active culture that may help promote a healthy gut microbiome.
We're talking to Dr. Yu because it is Colorectal Cancer Awareness Month, March, and it's got to be frustrating for folks in the medical profession to see a patient who's just too far down the road when you know, if only you could have caught this earlier, just a real much better success rate in finding cures and keeping cancer at bay. One of these days, we're going to stamp out cancer altogether, and it might be this doctor that does it. I have high hopes you're going to find a cure for colon cancer, but until then, it's a real thing, and it's really something we need to be aware of. And if you catch it early, you're going to make it that much better for your healthcare provider. Thank you, Dr. Yu, for being on. Appreciate your time.
Thank you so much.
Very informative. You're going to keep us all alive a little longer, I think. Appreciate it. We'll see you again on the show sometime, maybe. Don't be a stranger. Don't wait until next March.
All right.
All right. Thank you. That's Dr. Yu, Dr. Y. Nancy Yu, who's, American College of Surgeons National Accreditation Program for Rectal Cancer Committee member. And then she's got a whole mess of letters after her name. She's one of the foremost when it comes to colon health, and perfect guest to have on today for March, Colorectal Cancer Awareness Month. Let's take a quick break. Be back with more on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake after these.
Julie was always a voracious reader. She'd carry 2 novels on an airplane because she'd read one on a 3-4 hour ride. And at some point, I began to notice that she would read a page and couldn't remember what she had just read, and she'd have to go back and read it again.
I don't remember much these days after I read, but less does for me, and I love it.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
Our beautiful world is changing, withering, dying by the hands of those who don't value nature, even though we all depend on it for life itself. But there is hope. Together with caring friends, the Nature Conservancy can restore our lands, heal our waters, and save our wildlife with big solutions only nature can provide. But every day we lose more of the places we love, and we urgently need to save endangered lands, waters, and wild species. The actions we take today will determine the tomorrow we leave to our children and grandchildren. The water they drink, the air they breathe, the beauty they experience. To learn more about how you can help protect and conserve our beautiful world, visit nature.org today.
In every family, small conversations can make a big impact. I grew up on tour with my parents. Kind of different, but we bonded over music just like other families do over sports, camping, or other interests. And we talked. Little everyday conversations from silly to serious that built a foundation over time. Honest conversations, like when my dad shared his experiences as an alcoholic.
Your honesty about that part of your life gave me a sense of integrity that I wanted to uphold in my own life. And I was so grateful that you and Mom had become these sober, stable people who were always there for me.
I wanted you to know, from someone who's been in recovery more than 30 years now, that hard work is what creates success, not alcohol or other drugs, whether it's music or anything else. I said it a lot. and I'm glad you took it to heart.
Talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Cowboys State Daily Show with Jake continues here in hour 2. Big thanks to Dr. Yu for popping on, giving us some medical advice regarding colorectal cancer, and it's Colorectal Cancer Awareness Month. I know it's a little early in the morning to talk about potential malfunctions of your poop chute, but it's important. Colon problems. No need for colon cancer to take you down. Early detection, so crucial. And of course, like all healthcare providers say, balanced diet, exercise, stop your smoking and drinking and carrying on. No fun. But that lifestyle is a lot more fun than getting colon cancer. Thank you, Dr. Yu, for sharing your knowledge, dropping your knowledge. Yesterday, was it just yesterday? Get my days mixed up. I think it was just yesterday we found that, Governor Gordon had the veto pen out the other day. And he vetoed that abortion bill, the one that would require transvaginal ultrasound and a 48-hour waiting period before taking abortion medication. Remember, it was just the other day he banned that, or he vetoed that bill, and I think Greg Johnson and I were speculating how long before the legislature decided they were going to override that veto. Would they? And it looks like now, at least WyoFile is reporting that the House has voted already to override Gordon's abortion ban. We'll see what the Senate decides to do. The numbers appear to be there. This bill originally passed the House by a wide margin. 2/3 vote would be necessary to overturn a veto. There's some folks who don't understand how the process works, but yes, the final say is not the governor's desk. There is potential to overturn the veto if there's time, and it's one of the reasons why this legislature has worked so quickly, especially the House, in getting bills to the governor's desk, just because if he pulled out the veto pen, there would be time to override that with a 2/3 vote. So the House is eager to do so. Governor Gordon said in vetoing the bill, called it just too personally invasive to require, to mandate that women have something stuck up their yoo-hoo. That's what a transvaginal ultrasound is, by the way. It's not the kind where they spread the jelly on your belly and then run a camera over you. This is the kind where even in the aftermath of a rape, and that's what House Minority Floor Leader Mike Yin said, the Democrat from Jackson. He said what this bill requires of us is, even if you are a victim of rape, you still have to have a transvaginal ultrasound that is required sticking a wand up inside of you after you have already been raped. These are the words of Mike Yin, Jackson, House Minority Floor Leader, Democrat. The response from the Freedom Caucus chairwoman, Representative Rachel Rodriguez Williams, took issue with Yin's words, basically the wand part. She said, I really wish people, members of this body, would quit calling it a wand. It's not what it is. It's a transvaginal transducer. Okay. It sounds like nomenclature. It sounds like terminology. Basically, though, it is a wand-like apparatus that's going to be inserted inside a woman. And this is the government. I might have to get in the room.
The views and opinions expressed on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show are solely those of its host and do not necessarily represent those of Cowboy State Daily's reporters, editorial staff, or ownership.
This bill would mandate, would force, would require a woman considering abortion pills to first wait 2 days and second, allow a doctor to shove a wand up in her. If that's not personally invasive, I don't know what is. I understand the whole abortion issue. I understand people are way over here and way over there, and we're never going to get together on this one. That's not what this is about. In my opinion, this bill the governor vetoed, and I don't always take the governor's side. I hear the criticism. And I think he's right on this one. Government does not need to tell a woman if she's considering an abortion pill that we're going to do this to her. I mean, that's personally intrusive, invasive. That's government overreach into your body, in my opinion. Jake's in his highly opinionated zone, his opinionated zone room, his romper room. Yeah, I wish women would reconsider abortion. I hope they put a lot of thought into doing that if that's where they are in life, considering an abortion. I hope they do take 48 hours. Hope they take as many hours as they need to make that decision. It's a weighty decision. See the fetus inside you, sure, I'd all for that. But as far as government mandating these things, I got to draw the line there, I think. Anyway, it looks like the House wants to run that back. We'll see what the Senate's appetite is. And let's get into more governor signing or not signing. Governor Gordon did sign into law the DEI ban. This story from Claire McFarland, Wyoming governor signs into law a bill banning DEI programs at government agencies. But he also vetoed a similar bill that had DEI in it. And I find myself in agreement with how the governor has handled these bills on his desk. Governor Gordon did sign a bill that would ban government entities from favoring or disfavoring people by race, color, religion, or sex, and from teaching those biases in schools and workplaces. I think that's good stuff. I think we all agree that this whole DEI movement, diversity, equity, inclusion, got out of hand. With good intentions, perhaps, to start, it got nuts. And the stuff resulting from DEI, the stories we heard were terrible. We went DEI overboard, way overboard, and that needed to course correct. And Wyoming lawmakers did that. They put a bill on the governor's desk, House Bill 147. It was signed, and it's now law. State governmental entities, including universities, colleges, have until July 1st to implement such. However, a veto came down on a similar bill, Senate File 103. Gordon vetoed that one. This particular piece of legislation would have told the University of Wyoming and the state's colleges not to teach DEI or related content. And here we go again with what I believe, into the Zoom room I'll go, is government overreach. The government does not need to be telling colleges and universities what to teach and what not to teach. That's up to the college. I know this is a public college funded by the state in part, but you can't decide curriculum. You're a lawmaker. You're not a professor. That's not stay in your lane, lawmakers. And this bill, Senate File 103, Gordon said, I have significant reservations with Senate File 103 in its current form. Gordon said the curriculum restrictions are ill-defined, overly broad, create legal ambiguities, and risk unintended consequences that could impact colleges and workforce development. I mean, Gordon could have saved a lot of words on that statement. It just said, we don't need to be telling colleges what to teach or who to hire for public speaking. That's been an issue at the college, right? At UW. Colleges do what they're going to do. And if UC Berkeley wants to have a whole curriculum designed to DEI and all that, dedicated to DEI, that have at it. The government does not need to be so boot on your neck that they're telling colleges what to teach. Don't send your kid to that college then. Send them to a college that has a different kind of curriculum. But lawmakers telling colleges what to teach in the classroom, that's it's a little bit of overreach. So I see why the veto came down there. I don't necessarily disagree with that one, but two bills in one story. Claire McFarland, the DEI ban on programs. Yes, good stuff, because DEI has gotten a little nutso. But teaching something regarding DEI, a class that maybe the class is teaching you DEI 101. Maybe the class is teaching you what is wrong with diversity, equality, and inclusion. Maybe that curriculum is saying, here's where we went wrong. According to Senate File 103, you couldn't teach that. You're not supposed to do anything with DEI. That's weird. Claire McFarland has that story. What say you? Please share with us. Get on the Facebook's live, or, of course, anytime you can send us a text, 307-999-TALK, 307-999-TALK. Join the conversation. What do you think? Banning DEI stuff and decisions made on DEI from government agencies and entities. That bill passed, telling UW they could not teach any DEI stuff. That bill did not pass, vetoed by the governor, at least at this point. As we're getting down to the final days, getting down to the last hours of the session, getting down to the last minutes of the third hour of the Cowboy State Daily Show, or the second hour, I guess. Yeah, I'm ahead of myself. Barely time for this story. Another veto from the governor concerning mystery drones. Remember that? The governor said the mystery drone bill, the bill that would have given local authorities more power to simply shoot drones down when they were over critical infrastructure. If you got some mystery drone, nobody knows who's flying it, and it's flying over a power plant or something, the local sheriff right now can't do anything about it. This bill, Senate File 132, would give local law enforcement the ability to take them down. I like that. We're not going to turn into New Jersey where you got drones flying all over the place. Nobody knows what they're doing or spying on. Shoot them down. Good stuff. The governor didn't like it. He said he thinks it'll run into problems with federal law. He's like, we already have federal stuff, and SF 132 puts law enforcement personnel in a catch-22, where they are authorized by the state, according to this bill, to break federal law and regulations. He didn't like that idea, vetoed the bill. Now we learn today from Claire McFarland's story that the Wyoming legislature yesterday voted to override the governor's veto, and they're going to put that bill back. Mystery drones, which are still going on throughout the state, weird drones flying around, it's going to be okay to gun them down. If this bill passes, legislature has an appetite to override that veto. Fun stuff as we get into these final days of the legislature. It's going to get wilder and wilder, I think. All right, we got to drop out of here. Wendy Corr's news next. We'll see you on the other side of that. Thank you for spending time with us today on the Cowboys Day Daily Show with Jake. Back after news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Wednesday, March 5th. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Corr. Wyoming Treasurer Kurt Meyer and Secretary of State Chuck Gray are both dreaming big about Trump's golden age, particularly when it comes to its legacy industries like coal. The two want to see a port sited in the state of Washington so that Wyoming can send its coal to market in the Pacific Rim countries. But the state of Washington has already blocked such an effort once. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that during a discussion last week aiming at refocusing the state's economic development agency, both Gray and Meyer expressed support for trying again for a port on the West Coast.
Kurt Meyer has already gone out and sought a legal opinion to find out if Wyoming bought land in Washington, would that create legal standing in the event that Wyoming tries again to build a port in Washington to take coal to market? So what happened last time Wyoming tried to do that? Washington blocked it. It said that according to its environmental laws, that this was a hazard. And Wyoming's contention at the time is you can't block a landlocked state from doing legal business because you just don't like coal anymore.
While Gray and Meyer have sparred, sometimes publicly, the two men seem to agree about the idea of an investment vehicle in Washington or some other West Coast state to help further assure the chances of a port effort there. Well, with one swoop of the pen, Wyoming will offer public money for private education to all grade levels while expanding its voucher program for pre-K students. Governor Mark Gordon announced Tuesday he'll sign House Enrolled Act 52 into law, a bill that creates universal school vouchers for the K-12 level. Cowboy State Daily's Leo Wolfson reports that the law will also provide income-based pre-K educational savings accounts, or ESAs, for children 4 years and older in Wyoming.
This is a pretty big deal. $7,000 per child, no matter a parent's income. So you could make $200,000 a year, or you can make $20,000 a year. You'll still get $7,000 for your child to access private education with public dollars.
Gordon said he believes providing support at the start of a student's education will lead to higher performing students down the road and eventually a better workforce, as well as help working families. Wyoming legislators have fought back against a Biden administration effort that some say tries to price out oil and gas producers by hiking bond rates 1,400% and more. But Cowboy State Daily's Zach Sontag reports that a $45 million pool of money could help those operators with their bonding.
The Wyoming Oil and Gas Conservation Commission will partner with private insurers to draw up a framework that allows small operators to get access to the capital and the bonds they need to operate without having to post the full cash collateral up front, and instead pay the cost of the bond off over the period of the expected production of the well itself.
This innovative solution is being touted as the first of its kind by industry leaders and could change the paradigm for small oil and gas operations, and not just in Wyoming. I'll be back with more news right after this.
When it comes to building and managing your wealth, our Hilltop Bank Trust and Wealth Management team will help you determine the best route for your specific journey, utilizing our expertise and resources. Visit one of our locations in Casper, Cheyenne, or Gillette to learn more about Hilltop's financial planning, investments, and trust services. We're here to build your confidence about your financial future. Trust and wealth management products are not FDIC insured, have no bank guarantee, and may lose value.
23-year-old Cody resident Kaylee Klein may never know what caused her to suffer seizures and fall into a coma on New Year's Eve, but her mother remains convinced law enforcement hasn't done enough to get to the bottom of what happened. Klein and her mother alleged that on New Year's Eve, Klein had her drink spiked with antifreeze at the popular Silver Dollar Bar in Cody, causing her to be airlifted and hospitalized in Billings, Montana for nearly a week. But Cowboy State Daily's Leo Wolfson reports that the results of a police investigation released last Friday found no connection to poisoning and led to the Park County attorney closing the case.
Park County Attorney Brian Skorick believes that she was not poisoned with antifreeze and that there's certain pieces of evidence to point to that. But the report does kind of leave out some ambiguity.
The Silver Dollar Bar noted that it is one of the few establishments with bouncers and that they take extensive measures to maintain a safe environment. But Klein's mother said as a result of the Silver Dollar's comments, her daughter is now facing bullying and harassment. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
From Yellowstone to Devil's Tower, the Bighorn Mountains to the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story, will crow about Crowheart, and yodel over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Panda, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jay continues. Hour 3 of the Wednesday show, and Brian chimes in on Facebook Live, says simply, liar Bernie. I guess we're bashing on Bernie today. I don't know why. I didn't even talk about Bernie. But Bernie Sanders held some kind of an event after Trump's speech, and Bernie's been critical of Trump, and it's all way too much energy that I can devote to national politics. But if you're a Trump supporter, you're a Bernie hater. And Brian says, liar Bernie. Liar, liar, truck on fire. That's a good song by Carly Pierce. Do I have that? I don't think I have that song in my crap. I don't. That's a good song. We also have a text. Thank you for sending text. I love it when we get text feedback from one of our listeners. You remain anonymous with text. All I know is your phone number, and I never share that. I disagree with the governor veto on the DEI ban. We just talked about that, how the governor signed one DEI piece of legislature into law and vetoed the other being he did not want to tell University of Wyoming or any other college in the state that they could not teach any DEI stuff. He didn't want to get into curriculum programming and stuff like that. But this listener says, I disagree with that. The governor veto on the DEI ban. The bill should take effect because I don't want tax dollars funding that BS. That is a very popular stance, very popular comment. People don't want their tax money. You know, imagine your tax money. It's bad enough you got to pay taxes, and that day is coming here pretty soon, next month, right? I wait till the last minute to do my taxes. Oh, I hate forking over money to the IRS. I made that money. I hustled. What does the government need any of that for? They already get money when I go spend it. They get money when I save it. I'm taxed up the wazoo. You and me both, right? Too much taxes. Anyway, once you do surrender your tax money, how would you feel knowing that it went to pay a college professor to teach the next generation about diversity, equity, and inclusion, and why it's so important that we should all hug one another and embrace the idea that everybody's different, and that's great, and there needs to be a certain percentage of managers across, middle management in McDonald's, a certain percentage need to be gay or some kind of minority. Those are the kind of things we got into with the DEI. We found that we weren't inclusive enough. We were leaving out certain people. So even if you were a crap manager, if you were the worst manager in the world, you didn't know how to run the fryer at the McDonald's, you didn't know how to flip, but you didn't know anything. And your idea of managing people was terrible and your skill set was awful. But you got the job and you held on to the job because you were attracted to the same sex. What? You were in some way a part of the rainbow community, and because of the DEI movements going on, you were embraced. And McDonald's wanted to prove, and they weren't the only ones, Target wanted to prove that they were all on the DEI train so they would make certain hires. That's when DEI went off the rails and it just got dumb. But feedback from one of our listeners saying while the governor did sign one of the DEI deals, he did not sign the one that would disallow the college from teaching anything regarding DEI. He considered that, well, he had his reasons. I consider that a little overreach into the college. I understand your tax money goes to fund the college. You're paying for that for University of Wyoming. That does not mean, in my opinion, you get a say on what they teach. You got to let the college do the college. You got to let managers manage. You got to delegate authority. You have to realize that you are not a dean. You're not a college professor. This is in my opinion. You are not. This is not your skill set. This is not your area. This is not your lane. Colleges are well equipped to be colleges and teach. And I don't think any of us should be telling the college what to teach. I think that gets into a bad practice. That leads us right down a road of Nazism, where the government that's the Chinese Communist Party. We will tell you what to teach. We will tell you what the message is. That's not good for anybody. But I do understand the comment, and I appreciate the comment that, hey, we don't want our tax money going to teaching BS like DEI at UW. I get it. I don't like that either. Really. Linda chimes in. How do anyone in my federal government amass millions when they weren't born? Okay. Yeah, people, that seems to be the theme today. How did Bernie Sanders get rich? And yeah, how does any federal government elected amass millions of dollars if they weren't born into rich families? People are very suspect of their politicians. How did he get rich? The job only pays $400,000 to be POTUS. How do you become a millionaire by getting elected into the White House? How does that happen? On the salary you make as a senator or whatever, how do you get to be a millionaire if you didn't have it already? People are very suspicious of that, judging by the comments. I got to get in the Zoom room. We got, I'm so sorry. My Zoom room is closed. Okay. Sorry. Clara's got to get in the Zoom room right now. So sorry, Claire. She has stories we got to read and talk about. Yes. Okay. Let's get into the Zoom room with Claire McFarland.
So sorry,
Hopefully,
my Zoom room is closed.
Yeah, I'm not upside down. That's a good thing. Neither is Claire. She's right side up. Like, literally, I don't know metaphysically whether you feel right side up today. What's going on? I'm so sorry, Claire. The Zoom room was closed and I didn't know it.
The Zoom room was closed. What do you mean?
I mean, I didn't have the Zoom. That's why I didn't know you were there in the Zoom room.
Oh yeah, the window closed. I was like,
yeah,
maybe he doesn't want to talk to me today.
No, never. We were just, I'm glad you're on. I'm glad I finally got it together because we were just talking about the DEI thing. And I know you can't share personal opinions, but what are the two differences in the bill? The Governor Gordon signed one bill into law regarding DEI that would forbid government agencies from using DEI in hiring or, I don't know. You tell me. And then the other one he vetoed would kind of dictate curriculum regarding DEI at UW and other state colleges. What are the differences in these two bills? What's happening?
Okay, so the one he signed, because our catchphrases are fleeting, right? And some of our definitions and some of our terminology are fleeting. And so the one he signed gets at the heart of the controversy. It's actually called institutional discrimination ban.
Yeah.
And so what it's saying is like preferences and trainings that advocate biases for one social or racial or ethnic group over another are not for our government entities to partake in or to push, right? Like you're a college employee, you can't be made to sit through DEI training or training about who's the oppressor, who's the oppressed. And so the language is like really like, here's the concept that we're not going to do as Wyoming government. And the one he didn't sign, it tries for that, but the definitions are a little more sprawling. And then there's a part Gordon referenced in his veto letter specifically addressing the college or the university. Sorry, that bill is all government too, but there's a part addressing the university where it's like, or related content. And the way he put it, like the related content clause refers to a definition that kind of isn't helpful and doesn't put an end to the questions. And so he was like, well, let's just go with the one with super precise definitions. And then we don't need this other one.
Yeah, that's kind of my take. And I agree with that. Yeah, Governor Gordon's exact words on SF 103 was overly broad, ambiguities he was worried about, unintended consequences. To me, it's a stay in your lane kind of thing, telling UW what they can teach and what they can't. That gets a little hinky for me. I understand, your tax money and state money goes to fund UW, but at some point you got to let it go. Here's the money. Teach how you teach. Do what you do. You're a college. I'm a lawmaker. I don't stay in your lane kind of thing. But the other bill, the other DEI that did pass, that gets at the heart of some of the stuff that's so frustrating about the whole DEI movement. Let's say, the scenario where you're up for a job and you work for a government entity, you're up for a job, so-and-so's up for a job, you're super more qualified, but this guy gets the gig because he's transgender, gay, black, and has a little bit of Chinese, Native American in him or something. I mean, he's just so disadvantaged that he gets the gig over you, and you're like, that's crazy. Let's go.
One thing that's, sorry.
Go ahead.
One thing that's interesting about both bills is that they both carve out federally recognized Indian tribes. And on testimony, the one that didn't pass, testimony from the college that I heard from Central Wyoming College was like, we specifically have, Indian education, Indian culture programming because we're on the border of a reservation. Like this is our consumer base. And so that was the heart from Central Wyoming College. Like we want to honor Native American heritage, and we want to get Native American students and educate these kids. And so those carve outs were both in there. And it's also fitting too, because the current state of law, Wyoming has in K-12, I don't know if it's all grades, but at some point you have Indian education for all, where Wyoming students in public schools need to learn about Native American heritage.
Yeah, I get that. I like that. Let's go to the drones. You're like our drone expert, I guess, by default.
Not an expert at all. Oh my gosh.
Just by
this
default.
area is so deep. And then there's like federal, all
Yeah.
these weird, murky federal laws that are super.
Probably neither you or I can even fly a drone, but you have become the drone queen by default. And this concerns legislation. The other day, the governor took out the veto pen. Among things that he redlined was the mystery drone veto, that bill that would give local authorities more power to do something about a drone flying over critical infrastructure. If you don't know where that drone came from and it's flying over the power plant, the local sheriff can send a deputy out there and shoot that thing down. That was kind of Senate File 132. Governor worried about, federal regulations that you and I admit that gets things murky. Federal would supersede state. So you might get yourself in trouble shooting that drone down. So he vetoed it on those grounds. And now it looks like Wyoming legislature has the appetite to walk this back and are going to override that veto. Have they done so? Have they made that vote? Where are we in this? And
Yeah, both chambers.
Okay.
And with legislators from Sweetwater County leading the charge, really. Like we have drones flying over, energy mining infrastructure in Campbell County, but Sweetwater County, it's been really pronounced and just recurring. And like, why are they over the power plant? Why are they chasing their deputies? Why are they shining spotlights on things? What is going on? Really, the vibe out of Sweetwater is like, what the heck? And so this bill is certainly not perfect, or I guess law now, not perfect, because to recommend criminal charges, you got to find the operator, and no one has. So this is like, whoa, we're looking way in the future here. And then the other thing, so I would have loved to shoot it down in a headline, because that's a very Wyoming headline, but they can technically shoot one down. But the law has guardrails where it says that the law enforcement can take, I think the clause is reasonable actions to disable or destroy whatever. And so it's like, to where if this did end up before a court of law, there's that clause like, okay, yeah, he wasn't maybe supposed to destroy someone's property, but this was really out of hand. They were shooting at the power plant, which has not happened, but is a hypothetical. Like, hello, we're going to defend infrastructure. And so even though federal law preempts conflicting Wyoming law here, there is also a clause in the law that says if a deputy finds himself in hot water, the Attorney General of Wyoming is going to defend him.
Way to have the legalese get in the way of a good headline, Claire. Way to throw a wet blanket over, because reasonable measures to disable and destroy doesn't sound nearly as good as gun that thing down.
No, and every time you write a drone story, the commenters are like, shoot it down. I got Taco right here, right in my backyard.
So Wyoming, I know. And make sure you got your buckshot, your spread shot. You don't want to throw anything that's, going to trajectory to take it miles away. I mean, personally, we should go back in the past and say, Rock Springs is a long way from Cheyenne. Whatever you got to do to take care of this situation. If this seems to be a Sweetwater issue, deal with it. Sweetwater County will turn a blind eye. That's my solution.
Right, it's not like a grizzly bear shoot, shovel, and shut up. These things probably have tracking gizmos on them. You bury that thing in your backyard, someone's going to find you.
Do what you got to do. Yeah, but be careful. If it's still beeping, if it's still flashing, you might want to disable it a little more. Let's go to Park County. And this dude, interesting that you found a former roommate of Joseph Underwood who's accused of murdering a love interest. He's trying to claim insanity. And this former roommate who spent time with him said, this guy plays the system all the time. He's not insane. He's, in fact, he's scheming.
This case. Right. So 5.5 years now of this case. And you don't want to, I mean, and I didn't rope in all the past coverage, but like at a past competency hearing, the argument is basically what the circuit court in Cody came to the decision of, and this doesn't make a determination on guilt or not guilt, because that's a different section of law. But what the circuit court in Cody said for the purposes of doing court proceedings is like, look, he's really slow. We can have him in court. It's not violating his rights to make him sit through court. But we got to slow things down, and we gotta, because he's had motorcycle crashes and suicide attempts and brain trauma. There's physical ramifications to his mental, or not ramifications, physical factors here in his mental state that have been gone over and over by evaluators. And as you know, he was let go. He's no longer on the hook for the murder charge because he was let go out of Cheyenne. And then Cody was like, Park County was like, absolutely not. And then picked him up on the disposal charge. But Kevin Pacheco was, he was shook up. It sounded like, the alleged victim was a friend to him when he really needed a friend. And he's, but a lot of his life is focusing on staying out of trouble since he's been in the system himself. And it sounded like she was a big help in that. And he's now really shook up.
Yeah, he's close to it. So he has personal involvement. He has emotions, but he's also close to this guy Underwood. I mean, he roomed with him, so he knows him pretty well. And he's like, this guy needs to be locked up, honestly. And he shouldn't be walking around. But interesting story, interesting follow-up. You got that. And we are out of time. I want to get you into that editorial meeting. Thanks. Sorry I was late with you, Claire. My Zoom bad.
That's all right. Thanks, Jake.
Great column, by the way. Loved it. Fall, spring. Quit flirting with us.
Quit flirting with us. All right, bye.
Claire McFarland on the Cowboy State Daily Show. Yeah, go read all this, anything that's got Claire's name on it. You better go read it. Good stuff. More on the way, but we got to take a quick break. Coming right back after this. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jay continues.
We all make choices. When it comes to alcohol, kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Have fun. Hey, have a seat for a second. Remind me about that party again?
Alex is just
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. They want guidance and honest answers to their questions. And it makes a difference when the message is consistent and part of everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
If you're watching this, I didn't make it. Thanks to people like you and the American Heart Association, my family never had to see this video. I was a healthy 47-year-old, no symptoms. But then my doctor discovered I had a bad heart valve that was beyond repair. The scariest day of my life was when I was sitting on a gurney, deep down, you know, this could be it. This little heart valve did something really big. It saved my life. I wouldn't be here today without it. The research for this heart valve was funded by the American Heart Association. Since my surgery, I had a son get married. I had a daughter graduate high school. I had another daughter give birth to a precious boy. I would have missed all that. To learn more about the American Heart Association, go to helpheart.org today.
You're not going to get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff, like making sure your kids are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat.
In 2023, arm pump was holding me back. After a successful treatment at the McGinley Clinic in Wyoming, I can now focus on track instead of pain. The McGinley Clinic offers innovative, minimally invasive treatments for most sports injuries, including arm pumps. They got me back to peak performance and back on the podium. Go check out McGinley Clinic today.
Cowboy State Daily Show. Welcome back. We're going to talk about the timber industry, and they are eager to log in Wyoming. With the change in administration, the Trump administration, and the recent news that President Trump told Canada, you can keep your trees. We got our own timber. Basically. Donald Trump says he doesn't need Canadian timber. We can cut our own trees here. That was good news to Wyoming's timber industry. The loggers getting ready to log. They said, can't be fast enough. If we started yesterday, we got to get after it. They're ready. Especially in the Black Hills region. We'll talk about that story from Mark Hines in a moment. But first, let's get to this day in Wyoming history. Take you all the way back to March 5th, 1766. I remember it like it was yesterday. France cedes Louisiana to Spain. 1766. The French influence is all over Louisiana. They still, if you go down there in the bayou, and them Cajuns speak a bastardized French that is impossible to understand unless you grew up there. I don't know half of what they're saying, them Cajuns. But, the French influence remains strong in Louisiana. Ceded to Spain, and then eventually the U.S. swooped in and bought up the whole smash. And the Louisiana Purchase, this started the whole, westward movement, beginning with Lewis and Clark expedition. There's your history, American history in a nutshell, kids. March 5th, 1766, France cedes Louisiana to Spain. Spain turns around, sells the whole smash to the U.S. The U.S. sends Lewis and Clark out to see what the heck we just bought. And now we've got Wyoming. Boom. History in a nutshell. History by Jake in 45 seconds. This day in 1836, a guy named Samuel Colt, you'll recognize the last name, manufactured his first pistol. It was a .34 caliber Texas model. Sam Colt would go on to be recognized as the grandfather, the founder, the dude behind the Colt 45 and the Colt everything. Colt firearms. This day in 1836 is when Sam Colt first got started, his very first handgun. Also on this day in 1836, the end of a 13-day siege on the Alamo in San Antonio, Texas, would eventually lead to this day in 1842 when Texas invaded by Mexican force, which occupied San Antonio and then withdrew. That whole Texas-Mexican War back in 1830s and 40s. March 5th, 1876, Bill Hickok married Agnes Thatcher. That wedding went down in Cheyenne. On this day, March 5th, 1876. Oh, to be there. Wouldn't that have been something? To be on the guest list? Mr. William Hickok officially invites you to attend his nuptials with Miss Agnes Thatcher this March 5th in Cheyenne, Wyoming, 1876. Also, 1876, also a nighttime raid is attempted on Crook's command right there on the Powder River expedition, but it is detected prior to the attack and turned back. This day in 1884, Territorial Governor Hale approved an act creating Fremont County. Happy birthday, Fremont County, 1884 this day. March 5th, 1889, the first school in Casper opened. It was a subscription school opened by Mrs. Ada Allen. The schools of this type were very common in this period in the 80s, 90s of 1800s. First school at Casper opened, subscription school. And on this day, 1933, President Franklin D. Roosevelt declared a bank holiday, closing all U.S. banks and freezing all financial transactions. I'm sure the holiday pertained to the banking industry being in a mess. In 1933, we all know about the crash, etc. This day in 1992, the Worland Ranch was added to the National Registry of Historic Places, the famed Worland Ranch. I'm not familiar with. I've been to Worland. I know they got the PepsiCo bottling company there. I know they make Pepsi in Worland. Or they bottle Pepsi. The Worland Ranch, though, is, let me look that up. Oh, the interweb says it's permanently closed. Well, perhaps to the public. Established in 1900 by C.F. Worland, nicknamed Dad, near his namesake town of Worland. That's where Worland gets its name. Historic landmark, yes. One Google review. It's a 3-star review. Ooh. Simply says, nice place. 6 years ago. Okay. The Worland Ranch. Located on the west side of the Bighorn. 904-acre working ranch. I don't know. I guess today it's just a private working ranch, I guess, huh? Yeah. All right. All these things happen on this day in history. I guess we can rodeo a little bit, and I will get to that story about the timber industry. We will have on next hour Andrew Rossi, special guest. Or Andrew, if you're listening or watching, I guess you could join any time now. No, he can't. He's in a meeting. That's right. He's in an editorial. So we'll have next hour potentially Leo Wolfson. He's super busy covering the legislature. And sounds like certainly Andrew Rossi will be on next hour to talk about their stories. That'll be exciting. That'll be good. For now, though, let's get to the Western Ag Network. It's the Rodeo Roadshow.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen. It's Rodeo Scottsdale that I'm down in Arizona for, the 72nd Para del Sol Rodeo. Quite a tradition down here in the Scottsdale area. We lost a steer wrestler, not a nationally known steer wrestler recently. He's from Billings, Montana. We'll talk about the life of Kyle Calloway when we come back.
If you're looking for adaptable bulls that are raised with the commercial rancher in mind, attend the Elk Angus Bull Sale Tuesday, March 18th at the Sale Barn in Buffalo, Wyoming. Selling are over 50 range-ready bulls raised in the rocks and the sagebrush at the base of the Bighorns. Highlights include Sons of Elk Trophy Class, Ellenson Prolific, 4M Blockade, Miller's Duke, LT Converse, and more. Sale time is 1 o'clock. Also carried live on DB Auction. Youth donation heifer will be given to a kid who attends sale day. For more information, including catalog and videos, visit elkangus.com.
Improve yield without an extra step with QuickShot, a quality fluency agent and full nutrient package in one ultimate planter box treatment. QuickShot provides all the benefits of a seed lubricant, but with a powerful jolt of nourishment. This improves uptake and vigor during emergence, leading to a stronger stand establishment and increased uniformity. Go with QuickShot to help your seed reach its full yield potential. Contact your local Helena representative or authorized dealer for more information about QuickShot. Always read and follow label instructions and check registration status before use.
Kyle Calloway of Billings, Montana, not a nationally known figure in the rodeo world, but a known figure amongst the Montana circuit and the turquoise circuit, the Mountain State circuit. He passed away on February 24th at the age of 41 after a long battle with brain cancer. He qualified for the Montana Circuit Finals a number of times, the Turquoise Circuit Finals Rodeo, and also qualified for the NFR Open. And his wife, Anna, who is a breakaway roper and a registered nurse, by the way, said he loved steer wrestling. He loved the guys, the camaraderie, everything about rodeo. And he was a father of 3 to a 10 and a 6-year-old daughter and a son, age 3. He just had tons of friends. In 2022, Kyle was diagnosed with a malignant brain tumor and underwent surgery to remove the mass and got a bad scan back in September of 2024. He went on to compete at the Turquoise Circuit Finals because that's what he wanted, and then began his fight, underwent various treatments over the coming months before he passed away. The funeral service is planned for March 15th at the Horse Palace in Billings, Montana. I'm Will Rasmussen.
Cowboy State Daily Show. Right here in hour 3 on a Wednesday. And thank you for joining us. Mark Hines' story in CSD. Wyoming can't cut trees fast enough or soon enough, according to the timber industry. They were speaking in front of lawmakers the other day as part of an annual get-together. Wyoming needs to kick its timber cutting into high gear or risk another catastrophic wildfire season. That's what foresters told the legislature on Tuesday. The danger is especially high in the Black Hills region, they said. These timber industry, forest industry folks spoke to legislators as part of an annual forest health update they give to lawmakers every year during this session. Gary Irvin, owner of Saratoga Forest Management Lumber Mill, told lawmakers, quote, "It's not tomorrow. We ought to do it this afternoon," as he expressed the urgency in the state forestry and loggers ready to get back to work and start logging. Many of the timber efforts in Wyoming were kind of put under wraps by the Biden administration. Now with the new Trump 2 administration, especially with President Donald Trump telling Canada, you can keep your trees, we got our own. We don't need no Canadian timber. Timber from Canada flooding the American market is one of the reasons that the Wyoming lumber industry is in a downturn. That and liberal policies, but maybe now without the Canadian timber rolling in, maybe now with Trump at the helm, there could be an increased logging. That's certainly the hopes of many in the timber industry. During the comments of several foresters. Jim Nyman, president and CEO of the Hewlett-based Nyman Enterprises Forestry Products, also echoed the words of Gary Irvin that we just told you. He said, we need emergency action, just like you would with a fire. We have that same emergency situation in our industry right now. So the message from the timber industry experts, the foresters, to the lawmakers yesterday was, we got to get back to logging yesterday. How fast can we do so? I guess we'll see in the coming months. But Mark Hines has that story in the Cowboy State Daily, the timber industry eager to get back to it. And just not only for the economy of it, but for the wildfire mitigation aspect of logging. Both crucial in the state of Wyoming for sure. Other stories we're looking at is Wyoming's, Mark Hines has this story as well, Wyoming's recent animal-related, wildlife-related bills that were on the positive side of things, including the wolf torture bill that leads the list of new high-profile Wyoming wildlife laws. The so-called Clean Predator Law was passed this year. The 2025 session also saw regulations for fishing guides that passed that all seem to be fairly positive for the most part. The new law outlawing predator torture prompted by the torture of a wolf. We all know about that, the incident in Daniel, Wyoming, and that the bad taste it left in the mouth of many who live here, and certainly many outsiders who thought it reflected on Wyoming poorly. Now, the lawmakers have been criticized for not going far enough with the bill, the so-called Clean Kill Bill, this House Bill 275. It would require the dispatch of predatory animals in a quick and clean and humane manner. Now, whether that term, whether that nomenclature, whether that language can extend to a prohibition of running wolves to exhaustion behind a snowmobile and then running them over in order to kill them. Now, that would be up to the interpretation, I guess, of some kind of judge if you were to be cited. In particular, though, those words were not added to the bill. There was a hope that a ban outright on running over wolves or coyotes with your snowmobile would be the case, but it was not made. That did not make its way into the bill. It did not pass in a separate legislation. It just was a non-starter. But what did pass overall is this House Bill 275 that calls for harsh penalties, including possible felony charges against people who deliberately torture or prolong the suffering of wolves or other wildlife classified as predatory animals. Now, would the running over of a wolf, especially if you had to do it more than once, qualify as unnecessary or deliberate torture, prolonged suffering? It could, I would imagine, be in that scenario, but the actual wording of running wolves over that actually was not passed. But positive reception for House Bill 275 that was passed and signed into law. Other bills concerning Wyoming wildlife that received positive feedback was the House Bill 5, which requires permitting of commercial fishing guides. That was signed into law by Governor Gordon. And that received almost unanimous approval that any outside the state of Wyoming commercial guide is now required by law to be registered. And it's that you can't just put your boat out here and call yourself a guide. For one thing, it causes crowding on some of Wyoming's blue ribbon streams. And for another thing, there's, anybody could be a guide and somebody could be a poor guide. Somebody could drown you. Somebody could mess up their fly fisher people. So there needed to be some regulation concerning overcrowding and the idea that not just anybody can be a guide. That bill passed. Now, a bill that did not pass, by the way, was Senate File 139. And in particular, the bill brought by our friend Dan Dockstetter down there in Star Valley on behalf of Afton resident Becky Barber. This all got spurred into action going back February of 24. Her 8-year-old English Bull Terrier named Jester was killed in a beaver trap that had been set near a road where she and other residents routinely walked their dogs. And she was fully behind Senate File 139 that called for mandatory setbacks from traps. It also called for increased education and restrictions regarding trapping, but the bill failed to pass the Senate. The bill did pass the Senate, but failed introduction to the House. House Speaker Chip Nyman let it languish in his drawer, never did hit the House floor, and Barber and others claim that's a terrible shame. Senate File 139 that would have made some attempts toward trapping reform dead in the drawer, as they say. But Barber and other supporters of some kind of increased trapping reform say, we're not done yet. We're rallying. We're moving forward again, and I'm not giving up. The words of Becky Barber, whose dog was killed a year ago in a beaver trap. That's, kind of the latest from Cheyenne, the latest from Capital City and lawmaker activities there. Hopefully Leo joins us next hour and get us really up to date on what the legislative session is doing, what legislators are doing, but we'll cross our fingers. Andrew Rossi will be with us for sure. We're going to take a quick break here. I'll come right back with a couple of interesting items I wanted to get to, including Candy Moulton's latest opinion column, including Wyoming Game and Fish conducting bear safety trainings. You got to be safe in bear country. And bears are starting to wake up from hibernation. And we'll also take a quick look at high school basketball. Regionals get underway tomorrow. We'll do all that when we come back after this quick break on the Cowboys State Daily Show with Jake. Right back.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I don't remember how it started.
Go to that.
Our back and forth. It always came back.
Dad!
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
There's a lot of need in the world, and if you're like me, it can seem too big to make a difference. But that's why I decided to start volunteering with Mercy Ships. Dedicating a few weeks or months of my life every year in the service of others has brought me more than I could ever imagine. Plus, I'm getting to meet people from all around the world and make lifelong friends. Hey, Michelle. And with so much to do here, there's an opportunity for everyone to make a difference.
High five.
But the best reason to volunteer is knowing that no matter what you do, you're helping change people's lives every day. Whether it's for 2 weeks, 2 months, or 2 years, when you volunteer with Mercy Ships, you'll find your purpose, your people, and your place in this world. And all you gotta do is visit mercyships.org today. I hope to see you soon.
We get a text from one of our listeners. Jack wants to know whether there's been any effort to salvage timber from last fall's fires in the Ranchester, Sheridan region. Remember that big fire up there? A big thank you. You know, anytime you want to join in the conversation, provide feedback, ask questions, happy to hear it. 307-999-TALK. 307-999-8255. Easy number to remember, right? 307 is always the Wyoming area code. The Exchange 999 is a rare one. That's from Moran, Wyoming, by the way. In case you were wondering, it's a number that Cowboy State Daily purchased. You can buy phone numbers. In case you didn't know, we were looking for a number that would be easy to remember and talk 8255 and the numbers that kind of worked if you wanted to talk on the show. And 999, we like that. We like being from Moran. That's cool. And the 999 is one of those rare, you know, it's hard to get a 99. It's hard to get a 777 out of Cheyenne, but there's not many 999s. Because there's not that many people in Moran. So, yeah, that's our studio line. Anytime you want to get on, send a text to it, 307-999-TALK. Jack wanted to know, is there any attempt to salvage logs from the fire last fall in that Ranchester, Sheridan region in the northern Bighorns? And I could certainly try to find out, Jack. I know in the aftermath of any major wildfire in Wyoming, there is a tremendous amount of reclamation that gets done. There's state funds set aside for such. Governor Gordon proposed spending $130 million on fire recovery efforts. That was trimmed by $30 million this year. But yeah, there's money set aside. There's a special program. There's even an acronym for it. What is called wildfire mitigation. I forget what the acronym is, but yes, in the aftermath, the BLM, for instance, Bureau of Reclamation, has its own program that concerns several things like post-fire reclamation. That might be stabilizing slopes because now you've lost all those trees, you've lost the root system, and there's a concern about mudslides, etc. To prevent erosion, harmful runoff, establish revegetation quickly. All kinds of efforts go in, certainly in the aftermath of a wildfire. I don't know that they include harvesting of logs, like stuff that has not burned. In many cases, trees that burn in a wildfire, they don't burn, completely through and down to the ground and torched. They just get a little bit scorched. And I'm pretty sure wildfire reclamation efforts would include the logging of these kind of trees. and the timber going to some purpose, I would assume. But let's not assume. Let's make sure. Jack, I'd love to check it out for you. Try to get an answer to your question. We'll pose it to our writers. Our journalists are the best. Renee, that sounds like a job for you. Any attempt to salvage logs from that big fire last year in the northern Bighorns around Manchester and Sheridan? We'll find out. My pledge to you, we will find out. I also want to get to a warning regarding several scams going around Wyoming. I don't know how people continue to fall for these scams, but I know some of them, after hearing how they work, they're elaborate and they're good. Oh my, you could easily be duped and falling for a scam and sending your money somewhere you shouldn't. We'll tell you more about that and kind of what to watch for, scams going around Wyoming. We'll do it all in the next hour when we hope to talk to Leo and Andrew, both of Cowboy State Daily. That's all coming up in the final hour of the Wednesday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. That's us, and yeah, that's where we are right now. But it's time now for Wendy Core's News. We'll see you on the other side in 6 minutes. Thanks for joining us this morning.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Wednesday, March 5th. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. To avoid another catastrophic wildfire season and revive Wyoming's struggling timber industry, logging can't begin soon enough or happen fast enough. That's what some lumber industry leaders told state legislators on Tuesday. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that swaths of dead trees, many of them killed by insect infestations, remain a huge fire hazard.
The way some people see it, at least people at that meeting saw it, is that logging and kicking Wyoming's timber mills back up into high gear is the answer, or one of the answers that can help mitigate this problem.
Industry experts are finding hope in President Donald Trump's stance that the U.S. doesn't need Canadian timber, as timber from Canada flooding the American market has contributed to the Wyoming lumber industry's woes. 7 election bills, including a controversial ban on ballot drop boxes, met the chopping block in the Wyoming Senate in one blow going into the final week of the 2025 session. That drew Secretary of State Chuck Gray's criticism of the Senate for letting them die. Gray played an extremely active role in advocating for the election bills, openly endorsing them in committee testimony. Cowboy State Daily's Leo Wolfson spoke to Gray, who called the Senate leadership weak on conservative election integrity priorities that he says the people of Wyoming want.
A lot of Gray's election bills have gone through the Senate this year. He's had 3 bills already passed into law. There's a few others that are still on the governor's desk waiting for consideration. But most importantly, a bill banning ballot drop boxes was one of the 7 that died on Friday. This was a cornerstone of Gray's 2022 Secretary of State campaign. He vowed that he was going to ban these boxes when he took office. And now it looks unlikely they'll even be banned for the 2026 election.
All of the 7 election-related bills that were cut off this week had passed by a large majority in the House, but they were among a laundry list that failed to make the deadline to be read for the first time before the chamber adjourned. Strange lighted flying objects have been spotted in at least 8 Wyoming counties since October, sometimes over critical infrastructure like power plants and often flying in formation. Governor Mark Gordon on Monday vetoed a bill designed to give local law enforcement agents authority to deal with mystery drones over critical infrastructure, concerned that the bill directly contradicted federal law protecting aircraft. But Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that both houses of the legislature on Tuesday afternoon overrode the governor's veto.
The Wyoming legislature passed this law authorizing law enforcement agents to prosecute drone operators who fly over critical infrastructure and potentially disable or destroy those drones. But Governor Gordon vetoed it late Monday, saying, whoa, this conflicts with federal law, which preempts Wyoming law, and it could lead to cops being federally prosecuted or in hot water if they destroy aircraft, which is a felony under federal law. But both chambers of the Wyoming legislature on Tuesday came back and overrode that veto, saying, sorry, we're going to signal that we're ready to fight for our airspace.
The bill would have authorized Wyoming law enforcement to use reasonable actions to stop drones, including by disabling or damaging them, and it would let the governor deploy the Wyoming National Guard to stop problematic drones as well. I'll be back with more news right after this.
When it comes to building and managing your wealth, our Hilltop Bank Trust and Wealth Management team will help you determine the best route for your specific journey, utilizing our expertise and resources. Visit one of our locations in Casper, Cheyenne, or Gillette to learn more about Hilltop's financial planning, investments, and trust services. We're here to build your confidence about your financial future. Trust and wealth management products are not FDIC insured, have no bank guarantee, and may lose value.
The smiling face on the billboard along the two-lane highway in rural western Nebraska is a grim reminder of a family's loss and their desperate pleas for answers. It's been nearly 6 years since Moorcroft man Chance Engelbert disappeared on a weekend trip to visit his in-laws. Next to a photo of Engelbert's smiling face, the billboard reads, "What happened to me here on July 6, 2019? Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports that question is one that plagues law enforcement and Engelbert's friends and family, all of whom have been desperately searching and waiting years for some kind of answer.
So they think that if people drive by that every day, maybe that will make them feel bad, assuming they are holding back information, because money did not work. At one point, they had a $220,000 reward, and it did not bring one person forward with credible information.
6 years after Engelbert's disappearance, there's still no answers, nor has law enforcement identified any people of interest in his disappearance. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the Daily Newsletter button on CowboyStateDaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
One more time before you wake up in the wild. In your eyes, I see a flower slowly dying.
Together with the Nature Conservancy, you have the power to make a difference. For unspoiled nature, for beautiful wildlife, and for people everywhere. Together, we can find a way to ensure that all life on Earth can thrive.
Oh, in the wild, you're gonna make it. The moonlight is here to take you.
Our natural world needs us now. Every day, we lose more lands, waters, and the wild species that depend on them. To learn more, visit nature.org today.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jay continues in the final hour. I really don't like being on camera. I try to forget that I'm on camera, honestly. It wasn't my idea. Eventually, we're going to be on radio, which is where a face like this belongs. We're working on that. Meanwhile, it's the podcast. You can find it wherever you find your popular podcast. And we're live on Facebook, live on the website, cowboystatedaily.com. We're live on YouTube, Vimeo, wherever you get your video product. And while I would love to, we will never solicit your money. Certainly not via Bitcoin. We're going to talk about this scam going around. It's just so awful what these scammers do. Still holding out hope that Leo Wilson can get with us, but I don't know. So a couple of text scams going around that are probably trying to steal your identity. I don't know if they're trying to get your money. But it's popular to get a text that says something regarding your unpaid tolls. Easy Pass says you've got unpaid tolls. The text will say, and you're instructed to do something, click on some link. Don't do that. It's not an unpaid toll, not likely. There's also the package deal. Somebody purporting to be the United States Post Office or UPS or even FedEx, they'll say, oh, your package could not be delivered the way it was addressed. We're holding it for you. And people are always expecting a package, right? The reason it works is because almost all of us at one time or another, at any given moment, have a package on the way from Amazon. So it's totally believable that you would have a package that for whatever reason is not showing up on your doorstep. And the text will say, oh, your package is being held in our facility because of an incorrect address. Please correct it. And then it requires you to go click on some link. Don't do that. That's a scam. But it's the jury duty scam I particularly want to talk about. This one is pure evil. And this one looks to get money out of you. And if you just follow the basic common sense, you shouldn't get scammed. But I know this person who was scammed, by the way. And I talked to her the other day. I used to work with her. She prefers not to be named. I encouraged her to come on the show and tell her story. And she may, but she doesn't want to right now. Because she feels violated, duped, and she feels stupid for falling for this scam. But when she describes it, I could see for sure how you could fall into this scam. The scam is the jury duty scam. And if you haven't heard of this one, I think it originated in Atlanta, Georgia, and it's now everywhere, and it's making its way around Wyoming. You'll get a phone call from a 307 number. And it won't just be some random call. It'll actually be spoofed, ghosted. It'll appear as if it's coming from a law enforcement agency or a county agency or entity. And you know, scammers can do that. You can make a phone call now pretending to be another phone number. You probably get those calls all the time, right? Or you get a number and it says it's so-and-so number, but it's not. This is a phone number coming from a scammer, but it'll look like it's coming from a police department. That may be what it says on your phone. It might say such and such sheriff's office or such and such county administrative building. So it looks good. And the caller sounds good. The caller will be some authoritative man that sounds like a police officer, sounds like somebody in law enforcement. He'll warn you you've missed jury duty. Like, do you realize the other day you missed jury duty? And for a lot of us, we're like, ooh, I wonder, maybe I haven't picked up the mail in a while. Maybe I did miss jury duty. And then they got you hooked. They got a line into you. They got a hook into you. And then they'll kind of do the old scare tactic. They'll scare you on one hand and give you relief on the other. And they sound so legitimate. Some of these calls even go as far as having a police scanner in the background. Where's my police scanner? Like, they'll call you. They'll sound real good. They'll be like, and they know your name, by the way. They'll refer to you by name. They'll be like, Mr. John Doe. Is this Mr. John Doe of such and such address? Oh, yeah. Do you realize you missed jury duty the other day? And do you realize by missing jury duty, you've caused the judge to have to reschedule jury selection? You've caused this much in court costs, and this is a criminal offense. You could be jailed for they scare you. You could be jailed. I could send someone over there right now and have you incarcerated, imprisoned for missing jury duty. And then they tell you about the fine, and they really string you along pretty good. And then they say they'll call back, and that's the thing, is they don't seem to be so pushy. They'll be like, you realize you're facing fines up to $4,500. And then they'll give you the relief after the scare. They'll say, but you know what? I understand how you can miss jury duty. It could happen to anybody. And let me call the judge. Let me work on this. Let me call my boss and see if there's some way we can work this out. And you think, like, oh, whew. And they'll actually hang up and they'll call back in a little while, which makes you think, all right, if this was a real scam, they would have put the pressure. They would never hang up. And they call back and they say, you know what? You're lucky. We worked something out. All you have to do is pay this fine. And you should always be suspicious when someone asks for money over the phone. And especially your red flag should go out. Your spidey sense should be tingling when they ask for an Amazon gift card to be purchased. Don't ever do that. That's not a legitimate police operation where they ask for, and they'll tell you, oh, we can't handle cash. We can never handle cash. So what we suggest you do is you go to this cryptocurrency machine at the Loafing Jug. All right, come on. At that point, seriously, if you have any kind of situational awareness, some kind of alarm bells should be going off, no matter how legitimate these scammers sound, that you're not going to be paying some fine at some Bitcoin machine in the Loafing Jug down at the gas station. And they keep you on the phone while you pay your fine on the Bitcoin machine. Of course, you're not paying a fine. You're just handing over your money to scammers. This happened to a Jackson woman, somebody I know, last week. And it's just a horrible indication of the scams going on around there. They're just terrible. People suck. Except for me and you. On the Cowboy State Daily Show, we're all right. Other people we're talking about. What other stories in the Cowboy State Daily are we reading today? Are we checking out today? Well, how about Claire McFarland? We had Claire on earlier, but we didn't have time to get to this. She wrote this story with national concerns. Senator John Barrasso of Wyoming says the Senate Democrats are out of touch. They essentially killed the federal transports ban, federal transports law that failed the other day. This is federal litigation. This is federal lawmaking, not state. Wyoming's got its own transgender bills that breezed by and are now law in Wyoming regarding who can play on the girls' team. And it can't be biological males. Wyoming's already taken care of this problem. But as far as the United States, well, there's enough Democrats hanging around in the Senate that this did not get done at the federal level. Federal bills, Senate 9, needed to clear a 60-vote threshold on Monday in order to advance, but failed. 51 votes in favor, 45 against, basically right down party line. There needed to be support from Democratic senators that never showed up. U.S. Senate Democrats blocked a federal bill Monday that would have banned males from female-designated school sports. This is just days after Wyoming had two bills that would have that tackled the whole concern over trans sports bans. Wyoming Senior Senator John Barrasso, number 2 Republican in the Senate, voted in favor of the bill, of course. State Senator, Junior Senator Cynthia Lummis was excused from the vote. Her vote in the end obviously would not have mattered. 51 votes in favor. They needed 60. So Lummis's absence was not crucial. But Lummis did make comment, and the same comment we've heard from her every time this topic comes up. She said, women have fought for years for Title IX protections to give us an equal opportunity in sports. Yet last night, 45 Democrats chose to effectively erase those rights under the guise of so-called progress. My colleagues across the aisle are on the wrong side of history, and 79% of Americans agree. Lummis continued to say what she has said since day one regarding Title IX, regarding this whole issue. She said, this is the women's rights issue of our time, and I will continue to fight for women and girls across the country to have fair competition in their respective sports. Senator Barrasso echoed Lummis's words, saying Democrats, all of whom present for the vote logged nay, are out of touch on this common sense issue. Story from Claire McFarland concerning the lost vote Monday. Federal SF9, is that what I said it was? That would have banned males from participating in female designated sports. That measure failed on Monday to the chagrin of Senators Lummis and Barrasso. Other news in the Cowboy State Daily. Zachary Sontag had a great story about the challenges faced by oil and gas operators. And the challenges are basically bonds and insurance. It's very difficult. And for reasons that aren't really clear to many in the industry, why it's so hard for those in the oil and gas industry to secure insurance on their developments. For instance, M&K, a family-owned Wyoming operator with hundreds of aging wells across Weston County, has been stalled in its drilling efforts, and they've been doing this since the 70s. And they say the biggest challenge to oil and gas, besides Biden administration making it difficult, is the marketplace has soured on insuring oil and gas developments in Wyoming. And Nathan McClellan, CEO of Gillette-based M&K Oil, says, we really don't know why. He said, I really don't know why we aren't doing it and what's happened from our time in business since we started in the 70s until now. We've tried several times to go out and try to purchase a surety bond, and we just haven't been able to do it. It's one of the reasons oil and gas is finding challenges and stalling to get going, to get drill, baby, drill. It's insurance and bonding. Well, maybe there's news of relief in the story from Zach Sontag. Wyoming legislators have fought back, Zach writes, against Biden administration efforts, some say try to price oil and gas out of the business. And the bond rates are so high that some smaller oil and gas operations just can't even get bonded. Bond rates have increased by 1,400% and more. Well, legislators have created a $45 million pool of money that should help operators with bonding, and that could be a game changer. Zach Sontag has that story in the Cowboy State Daily. Wyoming fights Biden rules. Some say tries to price out oil and gas operators. Read that story. We'll be back with more, and Andrew Rossi joins the Zoom room after this quick break. You're enjoying the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
Meet Norm. He lives with anxiety, but with the help of this latest innovation from Be Normal, he can be normal, just like everyone else. With the swipe of a finger, you can project happiness, confidence, machismo. Why settle for being real when you can be normal? The Normal Maker. New from Be Normal. This item doesn't really work because there's no such thing as normal. We're all different. What we like, how our brains work. In fact, 1 in 5 of us live with mental illness. Don't filter who you are. Start by talking to someone you trust. And remember, there is no normal.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming, with a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven. Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
No young person should ever have to worry about having a safe place to sleep at night, or a warm meal to eat, or whether anyone cares about them.
But the reality is, 1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year.
But the good news is, there's an organization making a big difference. Covenant House.
For over 50 years, Covenant House has been helping youth in crisis and giving them the support and the tools they need to succeed in life.
I have no words to express how Covenant House changed my life. They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding.
When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, and love, most of all love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges, and their lives are transformed.
Covenant House is changing the lives of young people in cities across America.
To learn more, go to covenanthouse.org today. Thank you for caring.
Love is a lesson that doesn't end. It knows no conditions, so you better buckle in. Love keeps you on your toes. It never stops, only grows. Love isn't easy. It's a commitment, especially when they're being their most resistant. Love is being prepared for the journey ahead. Love doesn't let any concerns go unsaid. Love is finding the right seat so you can take a breath. But remember, love isn't lax. It always double checks. Check that your kids are in the right seat at nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Love protects.
Cowboys Day Daily Show with Jay continues here in our final hour. We're in the stretch run on a Wednesday. And we head to the Zoom room and check in with Andrew Rossi live from Park County, Wyoming. Snow in there yet? Are you getting snow out of this deal coming up? You probably will, right?
I literally just got off the phone with Don Day, and everybody's getting snow out of this deal as it moves through.
Okay. Yeah, some more than others. I think getting 4 inches down here in Teton County, but some folks in central Wyoming going to get way more in places.
Get between 6 inches and a foot, depending on where you are.
Woo. Okay, that works. And that's usually that heavy, wet spring stuff that's got a lot of water volume, water content, which is good.
No, a lot of people are going to be very happy with how this one turns out.
Cool. A lot of people are going to be happy with their Yellowstone visitation, thanks to the hack that you passed along the other day. I was astounded by these numbers. Now, I would have thought, I was all backwards in my thinking for one, and it's an easy Yellowstone hack, how you can save a lot of time getting into Yellowstone this summer when crowd, millions, like 4 million visitors, and they all seem to be in front of you in line at the entrance gate. A smart hack is to simply use the right entrance. I would have thought the one in Idaho, I would have thought the west entrance. South, I know, is hammered by Jacksonites and Jackson Hole and Teton County. I would have thought the other, but you're saying to take that beautiful scenic highway from Cody and hit the west entrance. The numbers are bear it out significantly.
Yeah, the east entrance and the northeast entrance, for that matter, have been historically the most underused. And I mean, there's reasons for that. I mean, the south entrance, you have Jackson right there. The west entrance, West Yellowstone, is literally just a short drive away. And then the north entrance has Gardner. So it's like there's more in proximity, more infrastructure in proximity to the gateway communities and everything. The east entrance, it's an hour drive from Cody before you get to the east entrance, and then it's another hour drive before you get to Fishing Bridge, which is the first thing that I guess people would recognize about the park. So there's a lot of reasons why the east entrance is the one of those lesser used ones. But that's exactly what Cody's hoping for. They're hoping that people will see this and then they'll think of Cody as the starting point for their adventure because there's not as much traffic. It's a longer drive to get there and to get into the park and do things, but you don't have to wait as long. And, sometimes you can wait 30 minutes to an hour in the line waiting to get into West Yellowstone, and you still have to drive a considerable distance to get to the places you want to go to. So why not take that time and enjoy more of the ride as you do it?
Yeah, maybe because you're not going to have cell service. We both know that. The kids in the back seat are not going to be able to be watching their Netflix movies from Cody to the gate. And then, Sylvan Pass, that's kind of a bear in any kind of weather. And yeah, it is a long drive before you're into anything recognizably Yellowstone. But look at the numbers. You want to go through the gate with another 773,000 vehicles, or do you want to go through the gate that only sees about 37,000 vehicles? I mean, I like that. I like coming from Cody.
Seems like a no-brainer when you put the numbers out there.
Yeah, and the Cody Drive is beautiful. You get to see the hamburger dude.
Yep, big boy's still out there.
Big boy. And yeah. All right. I'm down with that. How about this Du Bois Rams wrestler, Sammy? He did it again. This is not his first title, right? I mean, he's a state champion in his weight division, Class 2A, 106-pounder. Sammy carries none of his weight in his legs since he was 8. He does not have legs, but that would, I think, make him really hard. I would not want to wrestle him. The senior is a double amputee wrestler from Du Bois, and he looks super strong.
Yeah, I spoke with his coach last month when we did our first story on Sammy, who's a tremendous kid, really bright, really courteous, and he has the right kind of attitude you want in a sport like that, where he tries to get close with everybody that he meets on the mat. But the thing that his coach said is the main thing that they have trouble communicating, the wrestlers, and a lot of things they train on, is keeping their hips low. And that's something that they struggle with. And they said, with Sammy, we don't have to worry about telling him to keep his hips low because his hips are already low just based on the fact that, he doesn't have either of his legs below the knee, and he hasn't since he was a kid. So he's got unique advantages in the sport that he's worked, and he's trained extremely hard to get to where he is. And that culminated with the state championship this past weekend.
Good for Sammy, and his biggest fan, probably his mom. She was all excited. What parents are not excited about their kid? But yeah, she was there, and she shared what it's been like to follow his wrestling career. He was looking for something to do in sports and found wrestling, or wrestling found him, and it's been the perfect match. And mom, she was super excited.
Well, they made a deal when he was a kid. He wanted to do football, and his mom's like, I'll let you play football if you also try wrestling. And he didn't take the wrestling at first, but then something happened, something clicked, and he just fell in love with the sport. And that was borne out this past weekend. She was immensely proud and was just so excited that after all the hard work and all the adversity that he's gone through, he got there and he did it. And everyone is immensely happy for Sammy. And it's like one of those victories that everyone feels, was truly earned and is celebrating right now. Even his opponents were happy for him. It's a tremendous thing.
Yeah, he wants to continue to wrestle now that he's going to be out of high school soon, wants to pursue a career in graphic design. Yeah, once you do that, Sammy, we'll hire you on for Cowboy State Daily Show. You can do some graphics for us. We're underserved in that area. But yeah, inspirational story from Sammy Cyrus, and congrats on the state title. What else is? Oh, the dinosaurs, dude. That is so. Have we talked about this? We didn't yet.
No, we haven't yet.
This is crazy. This story is fantastic. Came out on March 2nd. Rye Williams calls himself a dinosaur erection specialist. Yeah. Do you have a spiked tail in your pocket, or are you excited to see me? It's not that kind of erection. He stages dinosaurs the same way you would, put up Macy's mannequins in the storefront window. And particularly his special arrangement the other day, every once in a while he gets to go off a little. And this arrangement that he did the other day is really neat, the one called Bygones.
Yeah, well, it actually took 3 years to get that whole thing conceptualized and built. So yeah, I know a bit about the dinosaur world and everything. Sometimes you find skeletons that you don't have enough bones to make into compelling mounts in and of themselves, and sometimes you just want to do something different. In this case, they had partial specimens. He wasn't quite sure what he wanted to do with them, so he's like, why don't we just do something different, something more artistic? So he put them together in this fanciful pose of putting aside their differences at a table and having a cup of tea, and he's gotten really interesting responses to it. It's not the kind of dinosaur display you see every day.
This is totally unusual. This is a Tyrannosaurus and a Triceratops. Normally, back in the day, they'd be at each other's throat, and they wouldn't be posed necessarily in this fashion. I hope, by the way, the Triceratops is helping out the T-Rex with his tea, because his short little arm, he can't even get the cup. But it's pretty cool, artistic style thing, and I love the effort Rye made to making sure there was some bones in kind of everything. Now, they're not all bones. So like you said, these are sort of the scraps of the scraps, but even the skulls, he said he had particles of actual, real bone, real fossils. So there was an effort made to make this, while artistic, very authentic.
Yeah, tremendous effort, because the head's the heaviest part and it's the most delicate part. So if anything's going to be 14 feet off the ground, you're not going to want that to be the head, because that's the hardest part. But they actually incorporated real skull bones into at least the skull of the Triceratops, which is no mean feat. That's one of the largest heads of any animal ever. And the fact that they were able to get some real bone that high up it's really saying something.
I'm sharing some photos of this work called Bygones. The opportunity to do something different, that must have been fun to just kind of let loose. But normally, this dinosaur erection specialist is in demand, Rye Williams, because what he does as his day job, in particular, things, museum pieces, and he has to pose dinosaurs or build their skeletal structure in a way that's consistent with how the animal would have been. And he wants to make sure the dinosaur is posed in a way or doing something that it could really do. And how accurate you think he is with this stuff?
Well, from what I've seen, he does fantastic work. And that's the thing about the whole Bygones, our piece that he put together. I'm not sure exactly what you'd call it, the artistic piece. But it can only be put together by somebody who knows how to work with those dinosaurs anatomically as they would have existed in real life. Like, you can't just fancifully go out there and decide to put something like this together without understanding the anatomy of these animals. And he's mounted a Triceratops that's in a museum in Australia, one of the most complete ever found. And he mounted a T-Rex that's touring the world. So he'd worked with both dinosaurs, and he tried to make them still like not necessarily scientifically accurate, but still fit together as they would have. So there's a degree of flexibility and in the joints and everything that they still would have been able to do in theory. So the short version is he put it together so that if a Triceratops was going to sit in a chair, that's how it would look while sitting in said chair.
This story came out on March 2nd from this guy, Andrew Rossi, the pen of Andrew, and it's titled, headlined, "It's a Real Job. Dinosaur Erection Specialist Positions Dino Skeletons at Museum." It's your dream job, I think, Andrew. How are you not doing this job? And you and Rye have to be BFFs now. Where does this guy do his work, and how often do you two have lunch?
Well, he works actually. I've never met Rye. We just had our phone conversation. The display is at Dino Lab, which is in British Columbia up in Canada. So it'd be a bit of a stretch if anyone would want to go and see it. And Jake, the reason why I'm not doing that sort of thing right now is because I'm writing for Cowboy State Daily.
You've got that job, and when you're not busy writing, you're resting up on your Wyoming king bed. Just how big is it? Like they say in Jaws, we're going to need a bigger bedroom. This is a huge mattress. What got you onto this topic?
Honestly, so many of my things, I'm just perusing Facebook and my algorithm shoves strange things at me just because it seems to know my preferences at this point. And I saw a diagram of different mattress sizes, and I saw the Wyoming King was on there, and I'd never heard of it. And a lot of people haven't heard of it. It's a relatively new phenomenon, and the concept is fairly simple. It's an 8-foot by 8-foot bed.
Yeah, 84 by 84, right? And like, what's the California King? Is this bigger than the California King?
It is. So yeah, a California King is not actually bigger than a king mattress per se. What it is it's longer, so it can accommodate taller people, but it's narrower, so it has more or less the same surface area. The Wyoming King is bigger overall, both in length and width. But that's the sort of thing that makes it impractical for a lot of Wyoming people is, I'm sure you've had this experience, Jake, we all have, moving a mattress, up a staircase or around a corner to get it into a bedroom. And that can be difficult enough with a queen or even a twin, depending on where you're living. Now imagine doing that with an 8-foot by 8-foot square mattress. And that's assuming that you can even get one, because most companies don't, and I actually am not sure if there's any company that mass produces these things. They're custom built because it's such a niche market.
Or getting fitted sheets for it, or I'm not moving it. I'm hiring this out. I'm getting one of those cranes they use in Las Vegas to build a new casino. These things are huge. I'm sharing the photo of your story with, I guess the one advantage I see for married couples is the longer you're married, the smaller that bed gets. I can attest to that. And a queen once sufficed, but then, you're like, your arm's over on my side, and then you're bumping into each other, and then the king's not big enough, and you may get to the point where you need that California King, especially if you have a couple of dogs or a cat, and they share the bed as well. It gets crowded, but not on a Wyoming King. Plenty of room. Wow.
Yep. Well, if it gets really bad, there's the Alaskan King, and that's
no.
You have a serious sleeping situation if you're in the market for an Alaskan King.
The reason you're late for work if you're an Alaskan King mattress owner is it took you that long to roll out of the bed. Like you had to roll and roll and roll to finally reach the edge of the bed to hit the alarm.
Well, it can be hard enough to just get yourself out of bed. So imagine not only once you muster up the fortitude to get out of bed, you have that much bed to get out of.
You've got to cover some real estate just to get out of your Alaska or Wyoming King. Never knew there was such a thing, and you're probably not going to find sheets for that down at the Walmart. But if you've got if you have a bedroom big enough, maybe that's where you're headed. What else you working on, Andrew?
Well, I'm going to talk with Don Day. We're going to get the scoop on what people are going to expect over the rest of the week with this weather system coming in. And I've got some interesting things I'm working on for the weekend that I hope people will find engaging.
Mm-hmm. Anything in outer space?
No, we had our big planet parade, and
Yeah.
the big thing is going to be next week because it's Pi Day, and that's also the date of the total lunar eclipse. So that's going to be a real big deal that people are going to want to be aware of and keep their eyes out for because it's going to be spectacular.
Very interesting. You know, I think it was in high school, it might have been college. I had this idea about a fictional story I was going to write, and I never got around to it. Now, you can have this idea if you want it. But it would be a sci-fi story that concerned an end of world scenario, you know, some apocalyptic story. And it would all start when presumably some computer is some supercomputer somewhere right now is working on pi, the math equation. And we've never found the end of it, right? It just keeps on continuing. We keep dividing and dividing, and there's no end. All of a sudden, that computer that's running for years and years and years would stop. Ding! And a light would go off, and it would find the end of the pi theorem, the end of the pi equation. And when that happens, it's the end of the world, right? I mean, it's got to be.
It would take away a lot of the wonder and mystery of the world, at the very least, if pi had an end.
Somehow quantum physics is involved, probably dinosaurs. I don't know. You can have that story if you want to pull it all together somehow and write it. Only you could do it.
Well, that does cover most of my beats.
Yeah.
If it explodes, even better.
Right. All right, Andrew, thanks. I'm sorry we didn't get you on. I was late with Claire. I just been having a Zoom day. I can't get out of bed.
Better late than never.
You bet. We saved the best for last. Thanks, Andrew. Have a great Wednesday. Andrew Rossi joining the show, Cowboy State Daily Show. We got to take a quick and final break on the show, and we'll be right back for our stretch run to the tape on the big show. See you in 3 minutes. Stay there.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyoming Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
What is the Religious Freedom Restoration Act, and why does Wyoming need it? In 1990, the U.S. Supreme Court tried to give government more power to step into the First Amendment religious rights of Americans. That decision concerned so many people that in 1993, Congress passed legislation called the Religious Freedom Restoration Act. That happened in a nearly unanimous bipartisan vote. This legislation simply returned cases on religious freedom to the long-held standard that the Supreme Court had tried to overturn. Since that legislation only applied to the federal government, it was also determined that each state should pass its own laws protecting religious freedom. Since then, 28 other states have passed these kind of laws, and even more have court opinions providing similar protections. Sadly, Wyoming is not one of them. It's time for Wyoming to defend the First Amendment and pass a Wyoming Religious Freedom Restoration Act.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. Those 9 months were also 273 days of planning. What about your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. And let's not forget those barbecues you plan in detail for your family and your more vegetarian by the day best friends. That surprise party for your parents' golden anniversary? You get the golden planning. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
Year after year, we continue to serve new neighbors across our state.
For over 40 years, our trust in wealth management services have grown our roots in Casper.
And now we're excited to have offices in 3 Wyoming cities.
We're here to help you achieve your financial goals.
and provide the kind of service that you expect from a Wyoming business.
Because at Hilltop Bank, community means Wyoming.
And we're back on the job. Cowboys Day Daily Show with Jay continues in our final hour. This story from David Madison. He's up there in Montana, which is within spitting distance of Canada, right? I mean, Montana, Canada share a border, share a lot of economy, a lot of commerce flows across the 545-mile border between Montana and Canada. David Madison writes that businesses, at least on the Montana side, are worried about tariffs. Promised 25% tariffs that went into effect yesterday. Locals are braced for all kinds of things to spike in price, including most notably beer, bait, and ammo. Actually, ammo's not in the story, but it fits the song better. If you know the Sammy Kershaw song.
And the sign says beer, bait, and ammo. Yeah, they got everything in between.
Yeah, beer, bait, and ammo. Like, you can raise the price of some Chinese imports, you know, if it's foreign car or a telephone or some kind of electronic gizmo. All right, I understand tariffs have raised the price of that, but don't mess with my beer, my bait, or my ammo, right? That's what Americans are thinking. Why is it? Well, David Madison goes into explaining why at least one person, how about Lynn Kenyon, heard of the looming tariffs. She's a shopkeeper and owner of Outlaw Women's Saloon in Augusta. And she went over the border to make some big bulk purchases just in anticipation of the tariffs, so she could at least stock up before the tariffs hit. How about Alberta artist Renee Gould? She makes silk scarves with Western scenes in modern Art Deco style. They go for about $70 in Canadian on her website. She's worried about what tariffs are going to do. David Madison went and found a lot of folks in Montana in particular, because a lot of commerce gets done between that state and the country of Canada. You got Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau nearing the end of his term as Prime Minister. His retaliation to the 25% tariffs on Canadian goods exported into or imported into the U.S. was to match. He said, all right, we'll see your 25 and we'll do 25% tariffs on all U.S. goods headed our way. So now everything getting more expensive as it moves between the United States and Canada, and Montana and Canada in particular. According to this story from David Madison, the Montana-Canadian border tariffs could spike prices for beer, fishing lures, and other products. Fishing lures, there's a reasoning behind that that I didn't dig deep enough into because I got sidetracked with the world's largest fishing lure. I share a photo of that for our podcast viewers. That's in tribute to the Len Thompson Fishing Lure Company, now called Thompson Pallister Bait Company Limited. It's in Lacombe, Alberta. And the billboard for this store essentially is the world's largest fishing lure. Look at the size of that spinnerbait. I love it. Yeah, that was my favorite part. There's a Canadian lure. That was my favorite part of the story, seeing that gigantic fishing lure. Read more about that story. David Madison has it in the Cowboy State Journal. Cowboy State Daily came out yesterday. The concerns about tariffs between Montana and Canada are a legit concern. This story from Sean Barry, our correspondent in Washington, D.C. A Cheyenne lawyer made a tough decision. She's a Cheyenne through and through, Wyoming through and through. She's a lawyer, rancher, and she recently accepted for the second time a top Interior Department position as part of Trump's cabinet. Karen Bud Phelan said she did it regretfully because she doesn't particularly like hanging out in cities like Washington, D.C., and she shared that info with Sean Barry. She's a Cheyenne lawyer, rancher. She's headed back to the nation's capital. She accepted a high-level Interior Department job in President Donald Trump's administration. In a phone interview with her earlier this week, Sean found that she had her reservations. She accepted the job, but she said it was a stressful decision because she much prefers her country lifestyle to the urban sprawl of Washington, D.C. Karen Bud Phelan, she said it was a difficult decision. She said, quote, "I've been asked to go back in this Trump administration." By the way, she also served in the Trump 1 term as Associate Deputy Secretary. And she said, after significant stress and difficult decision, I agreed to do it. But Bud Phelan added, when you live in Wyoming, moving to a city is very hard. My husband and I have a ranch here outside of Cheyenne. And the idea of heading back to D.C. is not high on her list, but she understands the importance of this position, the importance of being part of the next 4 years in the Trump administration. And we're excited for her and Frank, and we understand, Karen, that it's not your top choice. We understand how difficult it is to leave Wyoming, and we hope it's not too stressful on you and you get back here as often as you can. But good story from Sean Barry in the Cowboy State Daily. Sean also had this story that we never had time to pick up last week. And that was legislation concerning banning anyone affiliated with the Chinese Communist Party from buying and owning property near federal lands in America. Senator John Barrasso co-sponsored this bill, saying it opens the door to putting national security at risk, having Chinese-owned property near sensitive sites, for instance, like the nuclear missile sites at F.E. Warren Base, Air Force Base in Cheyenne. And according to Senator Cynthia Lummis, John Barrasso, they say Chinese government operatives and their business allies should not be allowed to move next door to America's sensitive areas like this. Lummis just last week introduced legislation that would prevent any agent or business affiliated with the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party, from buying property adjacent to federal lands in America. Senator Barrasso jumped on as a co-sponsor. We'll be tracking that bill as it makes its way through Washington, D.C. That story from Sean Barry, our D.C. correspondent for the Cowboy State Daily. Let's take a quick weather check. Just give you an update that we do have weather on the way starting late tonight through much of tomorrow, right up until Friday morning. Many parts of Wyoming are under a winter storm advisory. Here's Don Day with more about the coming weather system.
Well, the weather is going to be a little more settled today. The strong winds that parts of the south and east and the snow showers that occurred across many other areas of Wyoming, well, all of that is shifted into the Midwest. So there's a little sliver of high pressure over the state today. take advantage of it because by tonight, snow will be developing in far west and southwestern Wyoming, and by tomorrow morning, snow will have fallen or will start to fall over many areas of the central, the south, and the west as we have another Pacific storm system coming in. Now, this storm is a bit stronger, it's more moist, and it's moving slower than the last storm, and it's tracking a little more north. This is going to bring the best chances for snow we've seen in a while to places like Lander, Riverton, Thermopolis, up to Cody and Meeteetse, South Pass, over into Pinedale, along the I-80 corridor from southwestern Wyoming to about Laramie or so, then places like Wheatland and Torrington and Lusk and Douglas and Casper and Buffalo. All those places I just mentioned will see several inches of snow. Some of it could be quite heavy, starting late tonight and Thursday morning, continuing into early Friday. It looks like the far southeast corner and the far northeast corner of the state, while both locations will still get snow, the far southeast and the far northeastern parts of the state will see lighter amounts. But the east central, the west central, and southwest parts of Wyoming, be ready for an early spring storm that's going to produce significant snowfall and much colder temperatures. This will cause travel and livestock concerns from late tonight through early Friday.
Well, there you go. You've been warned. We got snow on the way tonight, tomorrow, across the Cowboy State. Get ready. Don't put away the snow shovel just yet, huh? Well, stories we tracked today include bills dying in the drawer, bills vetoed by the governor, the 68th general session coming to a climactic close. Trump's Make America Great Again speech last night drew cheers from Wyoming delegates, jeers from Democrats. What if Wyoming just bought its own energy export port on the West Coast? Could that get coal to China? No evidence it was an antifreeze spiked drink that put a Cody woman in a coma on New Year's Eve. Wyoming says we're ready to get to logging. Canadian tariffs will mean higher prices for Montana beer, bait, and ammo. American rednecks will suffer most. And a big thank you to Dr. Yu for joining the show today. It's Colorectal Cancer Awareness Month. We got a duck. It's time to get out of here. See you tomorrow.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. A new way Wyoming wakes up.